Are you a breeder looking to showcase your show pigs? With a Walton Webcasting Show Pig Shoot, we are your go-to video service for capturing the full picture of your show pigs. We specialize in providing top quality video services for breeders like you. Our skilled video team comes directly to your operation. You talk to pigs, we capture the video. Whether it's baby pigs, boars, gilts, or sows, we ensure that their unique features will shine through. With the power of our website and social media, your professionally recorded videos are streamed live, allowing potential customers from all over the country to view and appreciate the quality of your show pigs. We handle the technicalities so you can focus on what you do best, raising exceptional livestock. To schedule your next show pig shoot, call Rhonda at 765-431-7367. Welcome to the ultimate show on the track. Today we celebrate our premier partners, the driving force behind the livestock industry across the nation. Get ready to witness the power of partnership as our premier partners take to the asphalt. Green light and they're off. On the track we have our first partner, Layered Premium Blend Genetics from premiumblendgenetics.com. Next up, it's Beck's Hybrids from BecksHybrids.com. And here comes Showright from Showright.com. Coming around, we have Brad Howe Ford from BHIFord.com. And here comes First Farmers Bank and Trust from FFBT.com. And rounding out the racers, it's Kennedy Ventures from KennedyVenturesOK.com. On the track and in the ring, it's all about collaboration and teamwork. Join us in honoring our premier partners because together they're the driving force of the livestock industry.
It's time for Cattleman's Congress. This is a Walton Webcasting production. Livestock like you've never seen before.
The OG&E Coliseum for another day here at the Cattlemen's Congress. Before we get started, we are going to welcome in our very own Miss Allie Taylor of Bruden, Hayden, Idaho, to join us in the national anthem.
Were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Again, good morning and welcome to the Cattlemen's Congress here in Oklahoma City. We're excited to get started with another day here in the OG&E Coliseum in Arena 1. We will get started with the Full Blood main show. We're going to welcome in the Full Blood females. Over in Arena 2, we are going to get started with your Super National Shorthorn and ShorthornPlus shows. Welcoming to the arena in Arena 1, Mr. Corey Thompson of South Dakota, and in Arena 2, Dr. Mark Hogue. To the Cattlemen's Congress. This is a show produced by cattlemen for cattlemen. Together here in Oklahoma City, we've created a lasting legacy, and we are so thankful for each and every one of you joining us along the way. Over here in Arena 2, we'll get started with your ShorthornPlus Bull Show, first class in the ring, Class 1, Early Spring Bull Calves.
I'd like to welcome everyone to the Shorthorn show this morning in the OG and E Center. Let's just head them head to tail. We'll just set them head to tail. Excited about the day and the opportunity to talk cattle with you. I'll be the first to admit, both Corey and I agreed that our national anthem singer is destined for stardom on America's Got Talent, because that was impressive. And I don't really want to follow that up, but we got to get started. Got a big show to go through, and so we're going to roll as efficiently as we can. Bull that's the most developed in terms of his body and the highest indexing is going to start this class. I like the strength and character and masculinity to his head relative to the bull in second. I think when he gets in motion, I want to change the shape to his rear foot just a shade. Makes him just a little sharp in his hock angle, but after that, a powerful bull to start. Bull in second, black bull, really nice pattern, good made kind of bull from a profile. Want to stouten and bolden him up at this stage just a shade if I could. And I know we like squishy hind-legged ones. His pastern actually right there for me is right there at being almost a shade long behind, but very, very functional in the front two-thirds of his body. Bull in third's got the most muscle, got the most shape and power. Problem is he's the most vertical in his angles, and I'd like to clean his sheath up just a shade. But the best view of that bull is going right directly away in terms of shape and muscularity.
As we get started here on the full blood side, full blood main Anjou side of things,
This black bull really ties a lot of things that all three bulls presented in the last class into one package. Beautiful build, awesome feet. I like where this bull's condition and athleticism is at this stage and age in his development. I think a really, really nice bull here this gentleman's brought.
Well, congratulations over here in the ShorthornPlus Bull Show. Out of your first two classes, champion in the first division was exhibited by Josephine Razy of Augusta, Kansas with King Cody. Reserve champion will go to Trails and Shorthorns of Owasso, Oklahoma with TESCC Wayward Son 010N. We then brought in the second class. That was also division, your junior bull calf champion, exhibited by Trails and Shorthorns with TESCC BC Thunder Rolls 755N. We're now going to welcome in Class 7.
Good tunes and good cattle, man. This thing hits the ring, and this is a powerful, powerful ShorthornPlus bull in terms of his strength and body. About 2 steps in the ring, he's without a doubt one of those that you would want to use. Turn on cows, I mean, tremendous character and strength. I love his color, and that is a bold, bold rascal on both views. Athletic, very capably shown by the young lady. Tremendous individual entry.
Well, congratulations back over in the ShorthornPlus ring. Results out of your senior bull calf division. Your champion will go to Piper Cates of Modoc, Indiana with CFPC Woolsworth X. We're now going to welcome in Class 10. This will also be your intermediate bull division.
their individual entry. And if you're seeking a source of just real muscle, real bone and feature, I think this Red Bull's really the ticket for you in terms of stoutness and power. Huge front leg, a powerful forearm, looks like a breeding bull up front there. A really, really good kind of cattle. He gets in motion, and I think his angles are very acceptable. I wouldn't call him a cat, but I think in terms of functionality, it sure isn't going to hinder him in production. Good kind of a bull here in the individual entry.
Well, congratulations back over in Arena 1 in your main show. Welcoming in Class 3, these are full-blood spring heifer calves born March of 2025. Back over the Shorthorn ring, results out of Class 10, your intermediate champion bull exhibited by Crow Creek Farms, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, with CCF Glory's Red River C28M.
I sure don't sound like a broken record, but it's going to be a really, really nice lineup here to put these set of bulls in here in the ShorthornPlus division, and they should look really good on camera. This guy, tremendously sensibly sized, and I mean, he is a proud-fronted, masculine bull up front. I love where is that frame size. This young lady right now on video, man, that thing is stuck like a dream. Perfect in terms of his lines and stoutness in terms of feature. I like where he's at in terms of his mature size. A mid-sized bull that weighs heavy. That's a good kind of cattle there. Tremendously stout. Going to be a major contender here in the final drive.
Well, congratulations over here in the Shorthorn ring. Results out of Class 13, first place exhibited by J.C. Schoenberg of Pierce, Nebraska. We're now welcoming in our final class of ShorthornPlus bulls.
All right, back over here on the
Imagine a pen full of replacement females that emulate this big bull's essence of body, capacity, and functionality. I sure think a tremendously good design bull out here. I think he's transitioned so smooth from his neck to his shoulder into a massive mid-body. Young lady gets him in motion, and I sure think is athletic and comfortable on both ends. Tremendous kind of a built bull out here. Great way to finish our ShorthornPlus bull division. Going to be fun to get all these class winners and individual representatives out here to put a final lineup together for you.
this
I told these two young ladies that had them headed this way, I said, no, let's spin them around and put them on a profile so Walton can get a shot at them, and time to breed cows and sell semen. And so got a really, really good pair of bulls here to study, and I think they feature trade-offs of what they'll bring to a progressive breeding program. To me personally, at this stage, age, and maturity, I want some extra ruggedness and masculinity. I want as much horsepower and he-man bulk as we can possibly get, and I think that's what sorts a very, very high-quality pair of bulls. Red Bull is going to be champion, Black Bull will be reserved within this senior division.
Plus ring, your grand champion, your junior champion bull, coming out of class 13, exhibited by J.C. Schoenberg of Pierce, Nebraska. That was 3BC executive class 415. Reserve in that division will go to Samantha Van Voris, Bowling Green, Ohio, with SVV Stormfront 1824 ET. We're now going to bring in all of those division champion and reserves, and our judge, Dr. Mark Hogue, will be selecting his grand and reserve grand champion, Shorthorn Plus bull here at the Cattlemen's Congress. Back over in the main on 2 ring, result.
ShorthornPlus bull division, and I really like this set of bulls individually, and then you look at them as a set, and my compliments to the progress you folks are making in terms of the top side of the pedigree. Start with the calf divisions. They look like calves in terms of body and juvenile look and quality. Really like this fall bull in terms of his shape and condition and athleticism. I think this bull from this point on to the rest of his growth curve can really power up and be a contender. I love his build. Got a red bull here. Love his color, love his totals and what he represents, yet progressive in his set of genetic values. And I'll be the first to admit, I'm sure not going to turn this into some EPD discussion today, but at the same token, we got to look at him. That bull's on the right side of breed average in just about every column, and then you visually look at that cattle, and he is impressive. That is hard to do regardless of breed. Got a muscle bull here. Talked about build just a shot, but I love his shape. Then we got a pair of bulls down here that represent different focuses in a breeding program, but I absolutely love both of them for their directionality, masculinity, and ruggedness sort the pair. So great set of bulls. My compliments. Champion's going to be the third division. That is a very solid bull that young lady's got. Champion ShorthornPlus bull. Reserve is the big black, red and white bull. Let's give all the breeders a great round of applause.
Plus ring, your grand champion ShorthornPlus bull exhibited by Piper Cates, Modoc, Indiana. That was CFPC Woolsworth X, reserve champion. ShorthornPlus bull coming out of class 13. That was JC Schoenberg of Pierce, Nebraska, with 3BC executive class 415. Over here in Arena 2, we are at the backdrop currently before we get started with the ShorthornPlus female show. ShorthornPlus Female Show. We're going to welcome into the ring Class 1 late spring heifer calves.
The gentleman brings in, and really a neat-headed kind of calf that's got a good set of lines and pattern from a profile. I think obviously at this young juvenile stage, just time on feed and maturity. See what she does in her mid-rib and mid-body, and if that comes along, I think the essence of quality from a profile is set in her very nicely.
Well, congratulations in Class 1. First place, we go to back number 8305. That was Maggie 25, exhibited by Wesley Stone. We're now going to welcome in Class 2 before the division. These are late spring heifer calves.
Here and get into a really quality second class of heifer calves maze, and I'll be honest with you, I think the top pair is going to be fun to watch throughout their growth curve and maturity, because I think it's close and they feature some different strengths. The blue roan that's going to start this class today fighting the halter a little bit, and when she does, it's hard to interpret her hind leg posture, but she just got so much more volume to her, more spread and dimension when you get in behind her, and then you get her on the profile, and I still think she gives you that current proportional intimidating look from a side. In motion, I love the heifer in second. this one is a cat in terms of angles, flat back, good hock, moves good. I don't know what she's going to do in terms of density at the ground, in terms of foundation. Then when we get in behind her, I want to make sure and trust that there's going to be just enough skeletal spread with time on feed. Built awesome. Heifer in third. I love the bone. I love the feature and a deep-bodied calf. As you study that heifer in the front two-thirds of her body, she doesn't hit you with that quality head, that really attractive look through her neck and shoulder that our top pair does.
Well, congratulations in Class 2 over here in the ShorthornPlus ring. First place will go to back number 8309. That's SFF Caroline 543 LU, exhibited by Laney Swindle of Shirley, Indiana. Second place in that class will go to Audrey Robertson of Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Third place was exhibited by Emma Turnpaw. We're now going to welcome in those first and seconds, selected champion reserve in our first division.
To interrupt this incredibly awesome song, but we've got a lot to do today. First division here, I think really two quality cattle that lead our classes. Got a really nice second place cattle. Talked them individually, and I think the two most pen ready cattle with the most big ring presence today are the representatives out of the second class. Champions class 2, second in that class will be reserve division. My compliments to all three breeders.
Well, congratulations, champion late spring heifer calf in the ShorthornPlus ring, exhibited by Laney Swindle. Reserve champion will go to Audrey Robertson. We're now going to welcome in Class 5 to start out our next division. These are early spring heifer calves.
I think a really interesting class of ShorthornPlus females. And boy, you judge baby calves or baby livestock of any stage. It's a lot about if. And in my opinion, all three of these cattle have some ifs, and you got to decide where you want to be. The red and white one that starts, I think, is the safest choice for me. If she stays appropriate enough in the slope to her shoulder, that's a quality-headed, good-necked cattle that her body depth and body shape appropriately match her framework, her levelness of hip, her shape when you get in behind her is the safest choice within this population. I like the basic brood cow utility of the heifer in second. Long term, she's going to be right in her frame size. She's a ShorthornPlus female that'll have some low maintenance body and easy fleshing kind of look. In a show ring setting, I'm not sure her lines are going to stay with her long term in terms of down to the base of her shoulder and outer levelness of hip. Young man in third, if this heifer gets enough sweep to her mid body, I think she's probably the most intimidating from a profile, impeccably fit and presented, a big stout hind leg. I don't know as I trust her jaw and head. She's a little refined there, and to me today that matches her mid-body shape. If she fleshes and gets deep, then that one obviously is an outlier in terms of lines, bone, and look.
Single entry.
Plus ring to start out your heifer show in Class 5. First place exhibited by Brownlee Fuss with Miss Annie. Second place in that class will go to Lillian Whiting of New Williamton, Pennsylvania. In third place went to Morgan Brooks. Now in the ring, this is Class 6 early spring heifer calves. Back over in the main Anjou Bull Show.
Without a doubt, a tremendous class to talk and discuss. And this is, in my opinion, kind of a junior national fall show preview. And I think there's 5 cattle in here that I think all have strength and continuation, high quality. The pair of heifers that soared, I guess, to be honest with you, took me the longest is between first and second. I think from a profile, these cattle emulate their basic kind, very similar, in my opinion. I think they're tremendous in terms of their neck, their shoulder assembly, their comfort at the ground. When I get on top of the cattle, when I study them from basically their skull down through their sternum, mid-body, and hip, there's a little more strength today in the young man's heifer that starts this class. Now, in terms of the fat hind leg and the sweepy belly and the beautiful look from a profile, if the heifer in second spreads enough in her upper rib shape and just keeps, that's probably the quality long-term cattle that you stick with. That hind leg at Louisville in a final drive is big and soft and correct, and I like that a good deal. Another close pair is 3 and 4. I love the length of spine, and I love the skeletal quality in this heifer in third. She's a little mature in her head relative to her mid-body sweep, but that hip, that hind leg, and that strength and foundation is something I want to keep in our ShorthornPlus females today. Really a good body cattle that's a little bug-eyed and a little rounder build on both ends, but an impeccably presented cattle that I like her muscle. I like her genuine shape. Just want to make sure that shoulder design stays together. Really nice presented calf here, and the young lady's proud of her heifer, and she should be. Attractive head and neck, good line. Study her at the ground. I didn't see the foot, the ankle, and the substance, and I personally think she's just a shot more vertical through her knee than what those cattle that precede her. She's leveler hipped on the stand than what our red heifer is just in front of her in class. Stout, moderate, muscular one, just a little jammed up, a little coarse. Got a little rougher presented cattle here that's basic in growth and performance, but from a show ring aesthetic standpoint, she's not out there far enough. Our blue roan, moderate and stout and muscular, just a little wound up, a little jammed up, and a little coarse in terms of her build. Tremendous class of females. That upper pair suit me very well.
Back on the main EG bull side.
Results out of Class 6. First place was exhibited by Benjamin Allen of Saxonburg, Pennsylvania. That was SN Nutty Mama 510 NET. Second place in that class was exhibited by Caroline Hubner of Union City, Tennessee. Third place in Class 6 exhibited by Leighton Strait of Fairmont, Oklahoma. Fourth place was exhibited by Maddox Wiss. Fifth place will go to Samantha Van Voris. Sixth place exhibited by Liv Gervisis. And seventh place in that class, and congratulations goes to Dawson Barnett. Now in the ring is Class 7. These are early spring heifer calves.
Another tremendous class we've got out here in the ShorthornPlus division, and I think there's to me an alignment, and depending on where you want to focus, you could probably justify a pair switch on a region. But bottom line, the red heifer is a culmination of the positive attributes of 2 and 3 put into one package. She's got the bone, the feature, the stoutness and flexibility of the heifer in second. She's got the elegant look of the heifer in third, and that makes her the place to start within this particular drive. Little guy in second. Got him a cow here with big legs, soft structure. I love this thing's angles, and I think this is a ShorthornPlus female that has genuine strength to her skeleton. I think that's important to keep in these cattle today. I don't think she's maybe quite as tidy and exotic in the shape to her neck right now, but I think from there back, that's a lot of utility in a female. Love the elegance, the attractive, proud presence of this heifer in third. Beautiful ear set, really a character about her head that's really good. I think this heifer reads with tremendous shape up high when we take her to the surface. She's just not quite as gnarly boned and footed as what the top pair is, but clean jointed, and that's a really shapely, attractive, fresh heifer, very well presented. Young man in third, a little different style, basic utilities there. We asked about the extras in terms of that first impression view. She's not quite as exotic in terms of her look from the side.
Well, congratulations in Class 7 over here in the ShorthornPlus ring. First place exhibited by Caden Ghana of Martell, Nebraska. That's SFF Augusta Pride, 521 LUET. Second place was exhibited by Callaway Connie of Scott City, Kansas. Third place will go to Wyatt Dreyer, Normal, Illinois. And fourth place was exhibited by Elaine Schulterman of Ozark, Arkansas. We'll now welcome in Class 8. These are early spring heifer calves.
We get these high mane bulls back out here.
Got a classic case of Beauty versus the Beast here in our top pair of ShorthornPlus females. I love the build, the design, and the elegant look that the class-winning heifer has. I like where she's stage of maturity and condition down through her lower shoulder and chest. Here's the challenge before. To me, she's a logical class winner. She's got to stay strong enough in terms of her foundation. I'd like to have just a little stronger view in that front leg down through her sternum. Heifer in seconds got the power. I mean, that is a big-bodied, stout one on the stand. You can find favor in her. Is the pitch to her shoulders a little steep, and when she gets in motion, all of that will go down and forward and a little quick and calculated in her step on both ends. Want to have structure, be just a little stronger in that particular female. Red and white one, without a doubt, as muscular and stout and powerful up high as any. And for me, in a breeding cattle setting today, a little round and a little coarser built than what the top pair is. But you have to admire her strength, her body, her moderation, and tremendous stoutness and muscle. The blue roan coming next, a nice lined, attractive headed cattle. What you see individually is quality. When we start making relative comparisons to the other three, she's not as far out there in terms of her stoutness of foundation, not as far out there in terms of mass and muscle, so she'll settle in fourth.
Well, congratulations. Back over in the main ring, results out of your grand. Results out of Class 8. First place was exhibited by Braley Krassinger of Hogoton, Kansas with SN Lucky Nugget 573 ET. Second place in that class will go to Mallory Inskeep of Lafayette, Indiana. Third place went to Toby Behrens, and fourth place exhibited by Justin Slade. We're now bringing in those first and seconds. Our judge will select his champion reserve early spring heifer calves.
here in our ShorthornPlus calf division. I tried to, one of our heifers was pushing out a little bit, so I wanted to give them a little more comfortable view over here. And in my opinion, this is a great set. I love the future. I love the opportunity, and I would tell every junior exhibitor in the ring at this particular point, if you've made to this point within this division, dang sure don't give up on your project, because I think they're really, really quality. And it comes down to obviously genetic potential as we take these cattle through the rest of their growth curve, but also depends on management, in terms of how hard we're going to bring them on. How much do you want in your calf at this particular phase? In my opinion, when I get in front of these cattle, I tend to be a person at home that wants cattle at this stage to be green and to be just a little more immature, because we don't have multiple sets of heifers to show. We have to purchase heifers that can make the Illinois Beef Expo, make the Illinois State Fair, make Kansas City, Louisville, and Denver. And so one creature has to go through that entire growth curve. And when you do that, I think early and an early stoutness can almost be your ultimate undoing when it's all said and done in the fall towards winter. And so I'm trying to study these cattle. I think there's tremendous. There are three absolute hammers. When I get in front of them, I think there's a pair that suit me just a little bit better in terms of condition, in terms of shoulder blade and where they fit, and I think tremendous long term. It was the closest decision that I've had within this group, and I'm going to keep that pair of cattle together. Young man right here is going to be your champion calf. Young lady right there, second to him in class, going to be reserved. Tremendous set. My compliments to all the exhibitors.
Well, congratulations over here in Arena 2, your early spring heifer calf champion and reserve, both coming out of Class 6. Champion exhibited by Benjamin Allen of Saxonburg, Pennsylvania. That's SN Nutty Mama 510 NET. Reserve champion exhibited by Caroline Hubner of Union City, Tennessee. That was SN Nacho Mama 5100 NET. We'll now welcome in the next class to start out our next division. This is Class 11 Junior Heifer Calves.
Last division, man, those top three, the Grand Reserve and that red one, were solid. And tough part as a judge, you gotta get that out of your mind. You got to move on to the next one because the quality continues to come. Young lady in the orange sweater here has got our class winner. Beautiful built. I love this heifer skeleton in terms of her comfort and angles on both ends. That's the ShorthornPlus female that has shape, that has muscularity, good jointed, good footed cattle. I think very, very safe to start. Young man here in second. This thing's a power cow in terms of width and body and mass. Tremendous stoutness in every part of this heifer. Look, yet she's immature out her neck and head, and I like that. Skeletal quality-wise, just a shot rounder and a shot bolder in terms of her shoulder relative to our class winner. When you get her in motion, just a little quicker in terms of her step. Black heifer's got a little more strength to her upper body and shape. I like this heifer's length and lines. Too flat and refined to move up in class, but I thought had just a little more grow and strength than our Blue Roan. Blue Roan's deep middled. Has the body advantage. I want to hook that heifer differently out of her shoulder, let her be just a shot leveler and more comfortable in her hip and hock.
Results out of Class 11. First place was exhibited by Madeline Rhodes of Centerville, Maryland, with CF Lady Crystal 521 Primo XET. Second place will go to Stetson Reedy of Bethany, Illinois. Third place exhibited by Dylan Brooks, and fourth place will go to Chloe Carlisle. Now in the ring before division, this is Class 12.
set of Januaries here that this class winner presents strength and quality visually tremendously well. I love this heifer when you study her on the stand. For a big, stout power cow, I still think she's fresh and right in terms of her condition. You study these 4 cattle on the paper, and it's welcome to the modern day. Good cattle visually sometimes aren't the strongest on paper. Maybe cattle that are a little weaker visually are strong on paper, and I think we cover both ends here. Probably not the gee-whiz pedigreed one on in terms of numbers, but visually that's the best one to start. Heifer in second, most matches her frame size appropriately with bone and foot and foundation relative to the balance of the class. We make relative comparisons to her up, just a little plain built in terms of her profile, but good foot, good foundation. I thought 3 and 4 were close. Heifer that's got a little more continuation in the show ring is the black heifer in terms of her length of front, length of body. I'd like to stouten her foundation up. I'd like to strengthen her just constitution in terms of width and volume, but a really nice line cattle. I think a really good numbered roan heifer sitting here in fourth. I like how her pedigree and paper reads across the columns. Moderate, good bodied, really, really stout. Watch that cattle move, and to me, structure and agility on both ends is the most restricted within that group.
Well, congratulations over here in the ShorthornPlus ring. Results out of Class 12. First place go to Jacqueline Thomas of Pikeville, Tennessee. That's TSSC Catalina 5018 NET. Second place in that class will go to Evelyn Hill of Yorktown, Indiana. Third place was exhibited by Emily Lucas, Fairview, Oklahoma. Fourth place go to Kenzie Cash of Wildoro, Texas. We're now going to welcome in the first and second, select the champion reserve junior heifer calf.
As we go through the ShorthornPlus show, I think we've got a really, really nice pair of class winners here to study. Nothing against the 2 second-place cattle, but it's the 2 class winners that will be granted reserve within this particular group. And once again, I sit out here on the microphone and talk about I want to keep ShorthornPlus cattle genuinely stout and wide, but then I want to keep ShorthornPlus females sound. And I think this is the challenge. You got to decide if our first class winner is just going to have enough just spread going away and ankle and foot behind behind because she is the athlete of the pair. You look at the stout one here, and, man, you love the volume and density that she's got. When she gets in motion, she's, in my opinion, for me, got to stay together in both ends just a shade. She'll get a little deep in her shoulder, get a little off in terms of her hind leg. And so I think it's very, very challenging. The question is, do you think structure will come or bulk and mass or bulk and mass will come? For me personally, the first impression cattle wins our first class. She's champion. Reserve is a blue shirt young lady here that wins the second class. Nice job. Good calf. You bet.
Back here on the main Angus bull side, in terms of, in my mind, what
Out of your junior heifer calf division, champion exhibited by Madeline Rhodes, Centerville, Maryland. That's CF Lady Crystal, 521 Primo X ET, and reserve champion came out of class 12, exhibited by Jacqueline Thomas, Pikeville, Tennessee. That's TSSC Catalina, 5018 NET. Now in the ring, this is class 15 winter heifer calves. Back from the ShorthornPlus ring, results out of class 15, winner heifer calves. First place exhibited by Grace Richard of Blanchard, Oklahoma. That was TOCC 701 Miss P 450 AM. Second place exhibited by Josie Heater. In third place, we'll go to back number 8357 in that class. We're now going to welcome in class 16 before the division.
I sure think here in our ShorthornPlus division, got a really interesting pair to study out here, in my opinion. And it comes down to front end structure and design. I think the Red Roan's just more comfortable at the surface, and she is without a doubt big footed and really, really flexible on both ends. As I study what I want and what I'm seeking today, she's maybe a little more off in her rump. I see just a little softer condition down through her chest and lower body. I don't know if she's quite as genuine in terms of her shape as the heifer in second, but bottom line, she's a comfortable athlete that's very current in her look from a profile in terms of strength and flexibility. I really like the kind of cattle that 2 is. That's a quality-headed, long-necked heifer that's tremendously genuine in terms of muscular shape out of her shoulder, round in her body design, and I think a clean-jointed cattle. The problem is when this young lady gets her heifer going with that added width and body design, she'll get her front feet outside herself and just reach a little awkward up front, but a clean-jointed, good one there that I like in terms of her shape. Young man that comes in third, nice built, good, clean-jointed calf, the youngest calf within the drive. Both cattle in 3 and 4 higher indexing cattle than what our top pair was. I think that one's just a little smoother built than what we've got here. Young lady coming here, an extended long-bodied calf, a little rough in terms of her shoulder, loin, tail head. Can't get her to transition from one region of her body to the other quite as smoothly.
Over here in the ShorthornPlus ring, results out of Class 16 before the division. First place go to Katie Lowry of Burlingame, Kansas, with SN Demi's mic drop 4201 ET. Second place in that class go to Clara Bremer of Blakesburg, Iowa. Third place was exhibited by Axel Baylor, and fourth place exhibited by Carly Lowry. We're now going to bring those first and seconds in, select the champion.
We'll just briefly make some comments. I've talked to cattle individually. Our pair out of the first class within this division are sure quality kinds of cattle, but realistically, we pick up the pace quite a bit when we get to the next class in terms of a pair of Septembers. Both are very, very good. They feature different strengths in the bottom side of a progressive pedigree, yet at the same token, they both represent quality. We're going to keep those two together. Roan's champion, Black's reserve within this division. Let's give all 4 young ladies a nice round of applause, if you would.
Well, congratulations, your senior champion heifer calf coming out of Class 16. That was Katie Lowry, Burlingame, Kansas. SN Demi's mic drop 4201 ET. Reserve will come from the same class, exhibited by Clara Bremer, Blakesburg, Iowa. We'll now look to see Class 19 here in the ShorthornPlus ring. These are summer yearling females.
Right in there. Got a real interesting one to start with out here in terms of her appropriate condition, her strength and foot and foundation. Both cattle are mirror images in terms of their birth weight and calving ease. post that on paper. That one adds more growth and strength. Love that heifer's head. I mean, that thing looks like a nice show cow, but I think that strength and jaw looks like she wants to be a good mama cow. Strength and power, good hind-legged one. Nice place to start. Blue Roan, a little different style. A ShorthornPlus female. You like the shape and muscle, not quite the aesthetics and the extras in terms of bone, foot, and body, though we have in our class winner.
Congratulations in the ShorthornPlus ring. Results out of Class 19. First place will go to Braylon Schaefer, Hagerstown, Indiana. That's ST's Something Different, 41-47 MET. Second place in that class, exhibited by Wesley Stone. We'll now welcome in Class 20 before the division.
I sure think a pair of heifers out here that emulate each other, very similar in terms of their genetic values across the paper. Visually, we're going to look at them and just study and keep structure a priority. I think the white heifer has just more comfortable reach off both ends of her framework. Study her hock and where it positions relative to her rear foot and pastern, a little more comfortable. She's more laid back in her shoulder, and that allows her neck to get up out of the top side of her shoulder just a shade better. I like the feature. I like the foundation better in the heifer in second in terms of bone and foot. Really a good condition cattle for a summer born that's good in her spine, good in her body shape, just a little lower in her neck shoulder junction due to the fact she's a little vertical up front. Good pair, nice way to finish a division.
Congratulations in Class 20, first place over here in the ShorthornPlus ring, exhibited by Brooklyn Frazier, Meeker, Oklahoma. That's FFF Wildcat, 41-62. Second place in that class go to Talia Ferguson Sanders, Chickasha, Oklahoma. We're now going to welcome in those first and seconds, select the Champion Reserve Intermediate Female.
Nice set of cattle out here. We got 2 class winners and 2 second-place heifers that, once again, kind of similar story to the last division. I like the quality cattle that represent the second-place individuals. We're going to focus on the 2 class winners to align them grain and reserve. Big picture, both nice females, both functional in terms of their apparent look, body, and design. One of them just brings quite a few more extras to the ring here at Oklahoma City. A young man's black heifers champion, young lady's white heifers reserve.
Well, congratulations over here in the Shorthorn Plus ring, your intermediate champion female, exhibited by Braylon Schaefer, Hagerstown, Indiana. Reserve champion will go to Brooklyn Fraser, Meeker, Oklahoma. We'll now welcome in Class 23 early spring yearling females.
Well, I don't know who's putting the judge.
Got an intimidating creature here to start with in the upper end of this class in terms of visual appeal. Just a powerful, powerful bred female. Lots of bone and substance, width and squareness. Tremendous class winner to start. I really like the high indexing heifer here in second. A strong set of genetic values with a good cattle visually. I think in terms of her attractiveness and what's there is very good. Her functionality is very good. Problem is just not quite as far out there on the curve as what our class winner is in terms of that memorable first impression look. I think 3 and 4 are personally close because I like to make the heifer in third sounder, but I feel just a little safer with her moderate turnout, just easier fleshing look in terms of body and function. A well-presented cattle, a nice necked cattle, looks a little more feminine characteristic than what our heifer does in 4. Heifer in 4 has got the bone and the big feet, and I like that. I want to have just a little different sweep to her body and then change her head, set her tail head down in her just a shade. She is the stronger build option. I think it's close there for 3 and 4.
Over to the ShorthornPlus ring, results out of our early spring division. Your champion was exhibited by Mallory Inskeep of Lafayette, Indiana, with CF Max Rosa 450 Primo XET. Reserve champion in that division will go to Addison Dick of Nowata, Oklahoma, with AD Addis Miss Caraco. Now in the ring, this is Class 26. This will also be the junior female division.
Incredibly good top pair of cattle here to study it as we progress in age and maturity, and I think really both tremendous. I like the added foundation, condition, and where this class-winning heifer's at in terms of her blend of big feet, big legs, with a really appropriate body condition at this stage in her development. Very nice heifer to start. I think the heifer in second will actually let her neck come a little higher at the top of her shoulder than what our class winner will. I like that heifer down her spine and top line. I don't see her quite as strong down in terms of her foot and foundation. I don't see her quite as neat there at the base of her chest, but very functional. Very good kind of a female. Heifer that comes in third, I like the big, stout, long-bodied one, a little racy, a little mature-headed, just a little big-headed, but I like her strength. She's sounder than the heifer that comes in four and has more weight and performance visually. Moderate, big-bodied one here. When she gets in motion, she's a little choppy on both ends. I want to let her be just a shot more comfortable. I thought there was more spread in that cattle than right here. At the ground, I probably like this heifer third best. The problem is I get in behind her and I study genuine spread and shape, just a little faded and a little stale in terms of her appearance. Down towards the ground is where her value lies when set back into production. Red Roan heifer coming next in terms of just sheer volume of muscle, volume of body, maybe as good as any. Challenges her skeleton when she gets out and moves is the least aesthetically pleasing to watch. As a result, structure will sort her to the end.
All right, we get
here on the Shorthorn Plus side. Got a cow-calf pair represented out here, and study the paper on this cow, and man, she is progressive in terms of her genetic profile. I think a nice little rig, doing a first job with her first calf heifer. Added a little added heterosis with the Charlet sired calf at side. Both are quality. Cow's doing her job. Good calf. My compliments to the young lady.
Back over in the Shorthorn Plus ring. Before we get started with your grand drive of our female show, your champion junior female was exhibited by Samantha Van Voris, Bowling Green, Ohio, with CF Cherry 444 Primo XET. Reserve champion was exhibited by Stetson Reedy of Bethany, Illinois. We then brought in your cow-calf pair class. First place and champion in that division exhibited by Callie Simon of Caldwell, Texas, with BXC Red Robin's Angel Eyes. Plus ring, the results out of the group classes here for your main Anjou show.
We come to the close of our champion female drive here on the ShorthornPlus division, and I tell you what, quality's been tremendous. I thought our bull show was good within the pluses. I think our female show speaks for itself out here. The numbers are strong, the quality is strong, and I tell you what, been a really pleasure to evaluate out here. I'll be quite honest with you. As I stand out here, I have had so many thoughts going through my mind. What's the first thing as a fancy show judge with a nice sport coat, a cowboy hat, and a necktie on, is I want to do what's safe, and I want to take cattle to the Supreme Drive that will fit in, that will be competitive at the Oklahoma City Cattlemen's Congress, and make sure that the ShorthornPlus can be represented. The other side of me is, hey, I just want to use two cows that I absolutely love, and they hit me the hardest when they go through that door. Okay. The third aspect is I'm a passionate show dad, and I tell you what, I'd hate to guess how many times I went back to the barn, told myself, I can't believe that judge just did that. What a blanking, interesting person, okay? There's some times that I'm happy, and that's usually when I'm at the backdrop, okay? If I'm not at the backdrop, we're probably not happy, and so I'm trying to, from a show dad standpoint, try to consider how much money it costs to get here, how much time and how much effort has went in to getting all of these cattle put together. Because the tough part about your Supreme Drive is we start young and we start good. I'm telling you, these calves divisions in the first two divisions are absolutely tremendous. I think they're the next step, in my opinion, in the ShorthornPlus breed. The problem is we were all cute kids, then puberty hit and we grew out maybe some of our cuteness, and some of us never came back to being cute. Those are cool, really impressive cattle. You got to decide if I want to go biblical today and use a couple of calves that I love. I don't know yet. We get into the summers and falls, and I think the progress of quality is good. You got to ask yourself there, is there enough width and bone, because the rest is all good. At the ground, I love this one. I love the sweep. You get away from this heifer, the red roan. Are the lines just aesthetically pleasing enough for me? Got a real interesting one that I love her condition here. Got great pieces. Does she hook out of her shoulder good enough to be your supreme female here in your ShorthornPlus show? Because the other pieces of that cattle are really good. We make the transition into big power cows, and this is a big power cow. Where do I want to sit as condition and a show judge? This heifer's a little pushed out in her shoulder and chest. She is powerful and she is dominant from there. I've got to decide where I set condition. Got a good pair right here that I thought were close within class. I like where this heifer sets in terms of her condition, her joints, her angles. For me personally, when I get over here, I've got to decide, does that ShorthornPlus female bring her neck nice enough out of the top of her shoulder? I thought the second place cattle did that better, but I didn't get the extras at the ground that our class winner bought. Got a nice cow-calf pair here that are in their working clothes, and I compliment them. And so that's what's going through my mind. And I don't want to make anybody mad, but guess what? I want to do what I want to do today. I'm going to have a great day, and then I'm going to go listen to some reasons, and we're going to get ready for a judging contest tomorrow. I've shared my thoughts with you. I've been on both sides, winning with big ones, getting beat by calves, winning with calves, getting beat by big ones, all the above. It's a cow show. It's a good cow show. My compliments to everybody. I'm going to probably use the pair of cattle that I like the best, that hit me the hardest today, and I'm very, very impressed with. My compliments and best of luck to all the breeders and ShorthornPlus exhibitors.
Well, congratulations over here in the ShorthornPlus division. Your champion female exhibited by Benjamin Allen, Saxonburg, Pennsylvania. Bred by Jacob Nickel. That's SN Nutty Mama 5101 NET. Reserve champion coming out of the same class and same division. Exhibited by Caroline Huebner of Union City, Tennessee. Also bred by Jacob Nickel. That's SN Nacho Mama 5100 NET. We'd like to congratulate all of those exhibitors here in our show today. We are going to take a photo backdrop break. We'll get started with your purebred female show here in just a couple minutes. Over here in the Shorthorn ring that we're going to do between the ShorthornPlus and the Shorthorn female shows. Our 2025 National Lassie Queen is Brianna Dury, and she comes from Rapid City, South Dakota, where she is a fourth teacher. Bree is being escorted by her dad, Thad Dury, who has been beside her through her entire reign as the Lassie Queen. We have a brief message from Bree, your 2025 National Lassie Queen. As she walks through the show ring for the very last time as your National Queen, I would like to express how much I've appreciated the Shorthorn Association, the Lassie Association, all of the breeders, the exhibitors, the boards, and everyone involved in this once-in-a-lifetime experience. This past year has been incredible. All of you are such a talented and passionate people, and I am always and will be proud to have represented you as your National Queen. I would like you to know that every ribbon or banner I have presented to each exhibitor, whether in junior shows or open shows, have been with genuine words of congratulations. Thank you for sharing your time at the backdrops for pictures, at the stalls, and at your sales. My very last congratulations wearing my plaid skirt and my national crown is to the soon-to-be-announced 2026 National Lassie Queen. Have a fantastic year, keep smiling, and always remember you are representing the history and the future of the shorthorn industry. Thank you again to each and every one of you. Again, ladies and gentlemen, that is your 2025 National Lassie Queen, Bree Dury. Representing Ohio is Miss Sadie Cummings, the daughter of Scott and Courtney Cummings. Also representing Illinois is Miss Mason Riggins, the daughter of Andy and Holly Riggins. These young ladies competed in speech, application judging, and interviews throughout the week, and the Lassies are thrilled to announce our 2026 National Shorthorn Lassie as Sadie Cummings, and the 2026 National Shorthorn Lassie Queen as Mason Riggins. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for these ladies here at the Cattlemen's Congress.
Well, back in the main on G
ShorthornPlus Bull Show. First class in the ring. This will be also your first division. These are late spring bull calves.
Horn Show Purebred division with a really nice class of bulls. I think this class winner is an absolute hammer. He hits the ring, and that is a bull at this stage in his development and maturity. He looks like a man up through his head, looks like a man up down through his forearm and front foot. Design's really good, structure's really good. That one is has got a bright future in my opinion. Genetic values, nothing non-threatening about them. I think they're very acceptable across the board. Solid Red Bull. I like his color. I like his shape. I like his hind leg. He's not as strong build up through his shoulder, knee, and front foot. Outside of that, I think that bull's got a really solid turnout value on a set of cows. The Roan Bull coming next. This guy's a little more refined, a young bull within class. Mid-body's good, shape's good. He's a little pug-headed in my opinion, a little bug-eyed and just a little refined. I thought he was a little more acceptable in birth weight value, a little nicer build up front. The big dark Red Bull here, strong, masculine, rugged, good featured kind of cattle, and I like all that about him. His shoulder, knee, and front foot, I just want to make a shot more athletic on both ends of his skeleton. I prefer his stoutness and color relative to the white bull that closes. Real long body, nice built bull here, just a little flat, little green. Study his head, and he just doesn't have that herd bull, breeding bull look, in my opinion, up front there.
Starting out the bull show, first place in late spring bull calf champion, exhibited by Wyatt Smith, Wolf City, Texas. That was Little Cedar WS Trail Boss, 2254. Reserving that division will go to Time Mulhaney of Valders, Wisconsin, with SFAC All You Need. Now in the ring, this is Class 4 early spring bull calves.
Shorthorn bull side, gentleman up front here has got him powerful breeding bull, in my opinion, in terms of skeletal density, flexibility, and build. I think that bull's proportionality in relation to his frame size and length of body, he's so good in terms of his rib, so good in terms of his feet and strength. The sounder fronted bull of the top pair that both have masculinity. Probably just use him on mature cows. Outside of that, that is a very, very good bull to start. Bull in second, 2 and 3 are close, in my opinion, because the bull in second today's got the stoutness, the feature, the ruggedness, and masculinity advantage, but that bull's got to stay good enough in his blade and knee and front foot as we take him towards that breeding age to kick him out. I love the young juvenile bull here in fourth and third. Didn't want to show very well, and if that bull has enough foundation for you, he's the agile athlete of the pair, but today just a little behind in terms of feature and stoutness. 2 and 3 were very, very close. Tremendous set of genetic values on the bull in fourth here. You can start and talk about calving ease and then go all the way to the high indexing bull within the class. The challenge is as we blend that bull selection from an EPD standpoint to visual appeal, this bull doesn't visually hit me quite as hard as he needs to relative to the other 3 within this class.
Well, congratulations back over in the main on Jew ring. Shorthorn ring results out of your early bull calf division. Your champion goes to Curtis Genetics and Weisman Registered Shorthorns with WSC Reality Check 24N. Reserve in that division will go to Cornerstone Farms, Winchester, Indiana, with CSF Wildfire 5400 FB. Now in the Shorthorn ring, this is Class 7 Junior Bull Calves. This will also be the division.
Coming, and these three heifers here on top, to me, are right at the cream of the crop in this class here. Heifer that's going to win knows the combination of them all. I think a female that
Here in the Shorthorn bulls, there's a pair of bulls that have the stoutness, the power, performance, and ruggedness to look like Shorthorn herd bulls. And I'm struggling just simply from a basic commitment to functionality versus a little more unique quality. And I think it is close to me, the bull that just presents better with more attractive look, lines, and just a little nicer head and shoulder design for me personally. A very, very quality built bull that I think has more to offer if his left hind is acceptable. When that bull goes away, I would, without a doubt, like to change the comfort level there. And that's what made it tough, because on the stand, I'm thinking the bull that breeds cows off his rear leg and just survives in production is the bull. Second, tremendous stoutness. I do think on the stand his hock joint is better shaped. He gets in motion, and he's also a little just choppy in his movement. Then that bull's head, neck, and shoulder is a little coarse and plain for me personally. Close pair. Both have feature trade-offs and big, big pieces to put in a program. The bull in third, a nice smooth jointed bull, nice smooth shouldered bull. This guy gets up in his top when he gets in motion, get on top of the cattle then, and I don't think he's got the cage and the width of skeleton to run with that top pair. Love the color of the bull in third. That's a really, really good, solid red bull. Just a little refined out here and needs more when he goes right away in terms of foot feature and foundation.
Well, congratulations. Back over in the main ring, results out of Class 2. Show your champion junior bull calf exhibited by Head for the Hills Shorthorns with Head for the Hills Slurpee ET. Reserve champion was exhibited by Rafter Dollar Cattle Company and Faxon Creek Cattle Company. Now in the ring, this Class 10 winter bull calves.
Well, the smallest class we've had.
I really, really like this roan bull that starts this class on the Shorthorn side of things. I think that bull, where he sets frame size-wise, can cover a lot of cows because he's got the right frame, the right length of body to balance, and then tremendously shapely, muscular, powerful bull that looks like he's got some manhood and feature and masculinity about him, got a proud presence, and I think his joints and feet are very, very good. That's a very solid class-winning bull out here in your Shorthorn breed. Solid red bull, you want to study one on paper that's got high indices think a bull probably a little more closer to be using on heifers than our class winner, but this bull in terms of visual appeal through his body and stoutness and strength, not quite as good, but a good line bull, good feet, good angles there. I like a lot of things about both those bulls.
Back over to the Shorthorn ring. Results at a Class 10 winner bull calves. First place, bred owned by Hugh Moore Jr. and Sons of Jerseyville, Illinois. That's Chancellor 117M. And second place in that class will go to Little Cedar Cattle Company and Crow Creek Farms of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Now in the ring is Class 11 before the division.
Another excellent pair of bulls, and you study them on paper, and I don't see really a genetic strength advantage. I think they're very consistent across their columns as you study the paper. The bull that starts is, an absolute athlete out here. There's not a tight joint in that bull's body. Flexible, comfortable, just covers the ring with tremendous agility, and I love that about the bull. If I'm going to be picky, I'd maybe clean his sheath up a little bit. He's probably not the most aggressive shape bull when you get in behind him that we've seen all day, but his athleticism with his color pattern holds tremendous genetic value when set back into a progressive program. The roan bull in second, love the shape. This guy's got great muscle right out of his shoulder, got a big, stout hip in him. Watch this bull in motion, and he's very sound. He's just not quite as cat-like as our winner. Good, solid, consistent pair of bulls that both match in frame size, weight, and maturity.
Well, congratulations in Class 11 over here in the Shorthorn ring. First place goes to back number 84-34. That was SN CDL Cash is King 4214 ET, exhibited by Dason Cash of Fay, Oklahoma. Second place in that class will go to Cross G Shorthorns of Dalhart, Texas. We'll now bring those first and seconds in, select the Champion Reserve Senior Bull Calf.
Without a doubt, the closest decision we've had within your Shorthorn Bull Show is out here amongst us. And what I think is most exciting is when you look at these first two class-winning bulls, nothing against the bulls in second, but both of these first two class winners have tremendous turnout value even within the same production enterprise, because if you want to focus on building strong commercial bulls with body shape, muscularity, masculinity, and the right kind of frame size to work in a lot of versatile production enterprises, you'll tie into the Roan bull at the lead here. I love that bull's body shape. I love his strength and power. Tremendous shape, and yet, in my opinion, very athletic. If you want to focus on just building an incredible set of females with flexibility and agility, length of body, and a beautiful color pattern, you're going to use the bull that wins the second class. As I visually study him, he's so loose structured. He's maybe a little deep at the base of his chest and a little tight right there in terms of his forerib relative to the bull that wins the first class. But I'm telling you, there will never be a day where bulls built with that athleticism don't hold great value when set back into production. A very, very close call. Both have tremendous utility. For me, the bull that hit me a little harder when they came around the fence down there is the Roan bull that wins the first class. He'll be your champion. Reserve will be the solid red bull that wins the second class.
Well, congratulations over here in the Shorthorn ring, your senior bull calf champion, exhibited by Hugh W. Moore Jr. and Sons, with M.M. Chancellor 117M, reserve champion coming out of class 11, exhibited by Dason Cash of Fay, Oklahoma. We'll now look to see your next class here in the Shorthorn Bull Show. That'll also be the division, class 14 late spring yearling bulls. Back over in the main ring, results at
As we continue the progression upwards in terms of just age and maturity, got another powerful bull in terms of body and strength up front. Once again, I compliment the Shorthorn breeders. I think these bulls size and check to balance with tremendous horsepower, mid-body and down. Bull's got very, very strong indexes as you study to the right of the paper there. Very good there. Bull's got some character and quality about his head. A really, really nice individual entry here.
intermediate bull exhibited by A.J. Show Cattle of Wildorado, Texas, with JAC 1872 2.0 504M. We're now going to welcome in class 17. This will be our final class and division here in your bull show.
Also, an impressive set of bulls on the Shorthorn side of things. And I tell you what, this top pair of bulls, I think both have tremendous turnout value. But this class winner, man, you study him visually, and that is one intimidating creature in terms of blending power, strength, athleticism, shape, and muscle, all the adjectives we use to describe livestock. Then you put him in motion, and he's athletic, and he handles that bulk so well. What I'm most exciting, I told the breeder, you look at his genetic values, and that thing is the highest indexing animal we've seen in the ring today. And when you have the strongest set of genetic values with the most impressive creature visually, that really pacifies both sides of the house. Critics might say his birth weight's a little high, but his calving ease is right. I trust calving ease just a shade more. I told the gentleman here, you picked the wrong class to be in today, because this is one good-looking rascal. And second, that bull's neck projects right out of the top of his shoulder on the bottom side of his neck. He sets it really clean and really high up there. I like this bull in motion. Only problem is he's just not as far out there in terms of amplification. Visually, pound for pound, that is a good creature right there in second. Young lady in third got a massive muscle bull. Problem is his structure and shoulder design down through his knee is the most disappointing that we've got within this set. As a result, he'll close a nice class.
Well, congratulations over here in the Shorthorn ring to conclude your Shorthorn Bull Show Champion Junior Bull exhibited by Gypsy Creek Farm, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. That's CF in demand. Reserve in that division will go to Winston Dreyer of Tolar, Texas. We're now going to welcome in those division champion reserves and get a pair of champion and reserve champion Shorthorn Bulls.
as we come to the close of our Shorthorn Bull Show, in our current show cattle industry, we focus so much on reverse sorted semen and generating that next set of heifer calves that will set the new standard for what a high rent heifer calf will sell for. Oftentimes we forget about the top side of the pedigree, and we as a breed or breeders, if you do forget about the top side of the pedigree, genetic progress will be limited. What I like about that is out here today in the Shorthorn show, you've got some really opportunities with cattle that have usability at the upper end of this show. We look at our class winning or Division 1 bull. I love that bull's skeleton. I love his design. And for a young immature bull, I think he is a contender out here because I absolutely love his build with that extreme bone and feature. I got to trust his head just a shade more at this age. He, not maybe one of them real cool stout-headed ones, but he is built like a dream, generates some females. Bull in the second division's a major contender out here. I like that bull's profile. I like his strength. I think he hits me very current from a side. Got to ask yourself, going away, probably needs protected just a little bit in terms of hind leg stability. Talk about a really interesting bull and a close pair within that division. This bull's hind leg, if it's acceptable for you, you can't make one any nicer bodied and nicer line from a side. Love the generating pieces of the bull. And second, if you want to focus on muscle on your Shorthorn cow base and rib design, this bull that wins Division 4 might be your choice of any amount here. Tremendous body shape, tremendous masculinity. Most important to me, he looks like a bull. Got a good numbered, good solid cattle here, front 2/3, maybe a little more general in his pattern and profile, but the basic beef bull fundamentals of weight, power, rib, and maturity and masculinity set in him real good. Got a real solid pair here that end our last class. Obviously, our final division winner. I encourage you to look at his genetic values because I don't care what breed you're in, when you can have a set of genetic values that pacifies the commercial cattleman in terms of numbers, then visually look at a bull that you appreciate immensely. That is really a unique combination. My compliments once again. Let's please put our hands together for the breeders that have presented a great set of Shorthorn bulls here at the Cattleman's.
Well, congratulations, Grand Champion Shorthorn Bull here at the Cattleman's Congress, exhibited by Gypsy Creek Ranch, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, bred by Kate's Farms, Modoc, Indiana. That's CF in demand. Well, congratulations, Reserve Grand Champion Shorthorn Bull here at the Cattleman's Congress, coming out of our first class of bulls, bred and owned by Wyatt Smith of Wolf City, Texas. That was Little Cedar WS Trail Boss 2254.
We're back on the main on juice.
the purebred Shorthorn females over here, and we got a really nice roan class winner out here. Just a little baby juvenile heifer calf that is a little nervous out here, and just a little new experience here at the Cattleman's for the heifer in the ring. But once she gets her set and posed, heifer's got really bright future, a lot of upside, length of neck, bone feature. Really good, and what's most refreshing to me, or as refreshing, study her on paper, and she's good in her set of genetic values. Be a really strong female on the bottom side of some progressive pedigrees in the future. Probably the heifer that has a little more advancement in terms of body and today is the one in second, and I like this mid-rib. I like that heifer's hip and hind leg. I can't get that heifer's length and neck and her shoulder design to fit in her quite as uniquely as I can our class winner from her blade back. She's got a lot of utility. Really a nice line, natural heifer in terms of skeletal quality. Boy does a good job of showing this female in third. Going to be interesting throughout her growth curve. If she gets enough bone and feature, I think she'll really be a quality female long-term. Today, just a little refined. Stylistically, we have a little different twist here on our purebred Shorthorn in fourth. Extra moderate, stout, wide, and muscular. But as we talk about those female build characteristics long-term, to me, it's a little quick and a little coarse in terms of her pattern.
Out here.
Class 1, first place exhibited by Jenna Whiting of New Wilmington, Pennsylvania, with MFS Tootsie's Reward 63 NET. Second place went to Stella Mayfield of Joshua, Texas. Third place will go to Barrett Griffin of Batesville, Arkansas. Fourth place was exhibited by Shane Carlisle of Amarillo, Texas. Now in the ring, this Class 2 late spring heifer calves.
Going to stick with my first impression here. Maybe one of the closer decisions, not taking anything away from 4 and 5, but I think these top 3 heifers present tremendous quality. I like where this heifer's at that starts our class, and if we were to project her towards summer into next fall, I think that heifer's got incredible reach and extension. Balance is good, and she's a good skinny green one now, but I think everything about her indicates that she wants to be a tremendous bred as we go towards summer into the fall next year in her show career. Like that heifer a good deal. I'd tone her tail head down just a shade, and if that stays, that's where I love this heifer in second. In terms of just pure build, I love the one in second, her depth of body. This one it just screams like a power cow when you set her back in production. I don't want to say this, but as I try to envision her next fall, I don't know if she'll be quite as big as maybe some other show heifers. She's just a little lower set, but man, the strength, the utility, and flexibility, I love in that female. Just don't know where she's going to end up in a show ring in terms of that linear height up front. Heifer that comes in third, good shape. I love this heifer little boy's got. I don't think she sets back on her heel quite as comfortably with the young showman we've got. It's hard to get that view of her. I think there's really quality there, but when that head goes down, the ankle goes up, the hawk gets a little sharp out here, just didn't settle quite as well. Big-bodied, moderate one here that needs to be sounder behind, a little jammed up, but I tell you what, tremendous body and strength and substance. Got a good line cattle here, good column of bone behind, just needs more strength and substance to compete out here. Tremendous class. I thought those top 3 very, very challenging to put together.
Out of Class 2 late spring heifer calves. First place go to back number 8456. That's LWFC Mona Lisa LL2523ET, bred known by Carter Wickard, Wilkinson, Indiana. Second place in that class go to Shrag Nickel Show Cattle of Marion, South Dakota. Third place was exhibited by Taylor Matlock, Muldrow, Oklahoma. Fourth place will go to back number 8461. That was Liv Jervisis of Grove, Oklahoma. And fifth place, exhibited by Ryder Heater. Now in the ring, this is Class 3 late spring heifer calves.
got a really interesting top pair of shorthorn females to study, and I looked at the paper, and to me there's no unicorns or there's no red flags on the paper. Put it away and study the cattle. The most interesting heifer that I think long term is wildly built is this one that starts our class. Skinny neck, genuine in her shape, zero chest, nice sweep to her belly, and just more genuine than what we have in the one in second. Long term, what's the kicker here? She's going to have to stay flexible and agile enough off of her hind leg. If she does that, I think that one's got some real neat pieces. Love the utility of the one in second. Soft structured, big boned, comfortable. I'm worried she's going to get just a pinch of chest, come apart just a shot at the top of her shoulder as we take her towards the senior yearling. But right now, good bodied, really strong built. Love her hind leg. She's prettier than the one in third. The one in third's got muscle, shape, stoutness, and power. With all that extras from her shoulder back comes a little rounder shoulder, a little more conventional front end design. Good jointed, long bodied, extended one. Just needs more strength when you get in behind her. More strength at the ground. Moderate, muscular, but a shot round on both ends are all words to describe the cattle that come in 4. The one in 5, a little more general up front, but a level top line, level hipped heifer that uses her hind leg well. There's more weight and strength and performance in her than the light roan heifer that closes this particular class. Pretty fronted, elegant eared, just need more substance to her.
Well, a single entry here in the main show.
For the division, Class 3, first place was exhibited by Sawyer McGrew of Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, with CF Dream Only 597 EVX ET. Second place in that class went to Bentley Baldwin of Tologa, Oklahoma. Now in the ring, we'll select a champion reserve late spring heifer calves.
Really competitive calf division out here. I know our audience is not large, but I personally think we need to put our hands together for our announcer. Incredibly good tone to her voice, and her playlist is on point. Let's give her a nice round of applause for keeping it entertaining. If the judges are not entertaining on the microphone, at least the music is in between us talking. Baby calf down here got a wicked future. Really neat made, and just got to get enough width up front in terms of just center body mass. Really good set of genetic values. Got a pair out of the second class that I thought was very close, and I still like both of them a good deal. I think it's really interesting. If each of them do the right thing, I think this pair can really swap back and forth throughout their show careers. Got a nice pair that I thought fit together really well. Some very interesting pieces, in my opinion, in this class winner, and just got to stay comfortable enough with time and feed and throughout her growth curve. As I come out to your 6 cattle, I think the closest call for me is the pair out of class 2. We're going to keep them together. Young lady in the green sweater's champion, big guys reserve. Let's give all 6 heifers a great round of applause for the showman doing a nice job.
Out here for another division
Congratulations, your champion junior yearling coming out of that first class.
As we make the switch into the next division, and I think this boy's class winner is legit out here in terms of a good indexing cattle on paper. Visually, she's strong, she's quality, she's built, smooth where she needs to be, stout where she needs to be, a really cool marked cattle as an added bonus. The light roan, good bodied, thick, muscular, stout kind of cattle, just a little more vertical in her both ends, just a shot more tied up. Good pair here as we make the transition to the next division.
Well, congratulations back over here in the main Anjou ring. Results out of your start things off in our next division. First place exhibited by Winston Dreyer of Tolar, Texas. That's MFS Elman Sol Roses Greta, 27 NET. Second place in that class will go to Ty Mulhaney of Valders, Wisconsin. We're now going to welcome in Class 7. These are early spring heifer calves.
Tremendous quality class here, and I sure think the top three feature lots of opportunity and positives long term. I think it's a blend of what looks good today and yet what has those indicators that they want to be a good big one is where our class winner has the strong handle within this group. We make relative comparisons to the heifer in second. I think she's longer fronted. She's more appropriate in the slope to her shoulder, and that lets her neck get just a little higher out the top of her shoulder. From there back, I think the cattle are mirror images of each other in terms of extra body mass and dimension. Maybe our class winners is longer in her hip than what our heifer in second is. Really a high indexing cattle, strong genetic values set here in second. Good shape, good power, good substance, just a shot short on both ends of her framework. Midsection of her is really powerful. Heifer in third, I really think this one's got a lot of value long term. A little harder haired cattle today, a little more refined looking up front than what our top pair is. But you get that of really proud front end with a long spine. This one's got a bright future, maybe not quite as pen ready as what our top pair was. Stout, really bold one here, just a little coarse and piecey, but I like her strength in terms of her center body. The next heifer, really elegant up front, attractive headed, good ear set, good spine in that particular cattle, just a little more tubular as we study her in their mid body. The final heifer, a little rougher presented today, big bone, stout featured. Just wanted to stouten her up behind, let her be just a little more comfortable off of her rear leg.
Results out of Class 7. First place will go to Audrey Robertson of Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, with C.F. Haynes Crystal Lucy, 582 RKXET. Second place was exhibited by Aileen Sullivan of Lawton, Oklahoma. Third place in Class 7 was exhibited by Ivy Goodbread of Lee, Illinois. Fourth place will go to Joshua Blakeman of Oak Hill, Ohio. Fifth place exhibited by Crow Creek Farms, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. And sixth place was exhibited by Chloe Carlisle of Amarillo, Texas. Now in the Shorthorn ring is Class 8. These are early spring heifer calves.
Another solid class of females to put together, and I think 2 and 3 are different kinds of quality cattle, but I sure think the heifer that starts our class has the most current views in terms of the look from a profile, the shape to her neck, ties into front of her shoulder, and her strength of lines and correctness in terms of her hind leg. I want the heifer to get out and go with a little more aggressive nature. I encourage a young man to work with this quality cattle at home to really get her out and get her rolling, because when she does, that one can go a long ways within a division. That's the best she's looked within the class at that particular point. Heifer in second is sounder than the heifer in third. She's longer hip. I don't think there's as much attractiveness in her neck and shoulders. Our class winner, tremendous length of body, tremendous agility. I thought just a little plain build up front. The white heifer, if you want to focus on muscle and shape and power with an attractive head and ear set, heifer in third may be your choice. I take her to the ground, and she's just too short in her step on both ends, a little tied up in terms of her hip. Little boy here in the fourth got him a stout bone, big-legged one, just a nice top-line cattle, a little vertical in her hock shape, then just a little more tubular in terms of her mid-body. Heifer that closes, I'd like to tone her birth weight down, strengthen her calving ease on paper, then study her individually, and just a little shot refined. Good shaped, attractive necked cattle. Just got to stouten her up as we take her to the surface.
Well, congratulations over here in the Shorthorn ring. Results out of Class 8. First place to go to back number 8507. That's SFF Revival 506C ET, exhibited by Reed Finsgard of Goodhue, Minnesota. Second place in that class go to Case Lazier of Loyal, Oklahoma. Third place was exhibited by Sadie Brown of Ettrick, Wisconsin. Fourth place went to Axel Byler, and fifth place go to Crow Creek Farms. We're now going to welcome in Class 9 early spring heifer calves. Well, back over here in Arena 1, we're
As we try to keep pace out here, I'm going to interrupt a really good song briefly to describe what I see in the ring. Got a real interesting one to start with out here in terms of the big paws and the big pieces. Heifer wants to play a little tug of war out here. And before our division, if we could adjust her show halter, it's so down on her muzzle. a little horse-headed, but I think she's good-headed. Just the show holder's all messed up. But good-bodied, good stoutness, big bear paw hind leg. Heifer in second, fresh, attractive from her shoulder back, and a beautiful shape to her hind leg. I think this is a quality female. Study her up front. She's not as exotic and long up front as what our class winner is, but tremendous utility from her blade back where it matters. I think this is a nice heifer today at the Congress. I think going to have a bright future as we take her towards summer. Our final heifer within the drive, in terms of refinement, just a little dainty built as we study her muzzle and her head, take her to the surface. I like her lines, like her shape up high. Just want to strengthen that heifer's mid-body and foundation.
Well, congratulations over in the Shorthorn ring. Results out of Class 9. First place to go to Wyatt Smith, Wolf City, Texas. With Little Cedar Margie, 542, 2533 ET. And second place in that class will go to Lily Ellsworth of Erie, Kansas. Third place was exhibited by Emily Lucas. Now in the ring, we'll welcome Class 10 early spring heifer calves.
Often say that showing livestock is a team sport, and it involves a showman and it involves a creature. And I tell you what, this young lady and her shorthorn heifer make a great team. And I tell you, wanted to buy her heifer, the look in her eye, it cost you a lot of money today because I don't think she wants to part with her. Tremendous female in terms of her look and neck and genuine strength, genuine power. That one hit me pretty hard when she hit the ring. I don't think going to be a tall cow, but I don't think going to be a small cow. I think it's going to hit right in the middle. A tremendous individual. Not taking anything away from the heifer in second because I do think it's close. These cattle are the same in terms of their body mass. They're the same in the midsection when we take them to both ends. lions. I don't read this heifer in second quite as comfortable in her hock action. She's a little more mechanical, and then maybe not quite as wild neck. She's good neck, but on the base of her neck, it ties a little lower into the front side of her shoulder than what does our class winner, but a really, really nice one there. Young lady in third, an extra good lined, attractive heifer. We take her to the ground, and not quite as strong, but very, very high quality, very pretty kind of a female that just a little greener today. Keep working on her. I think that one's got a bright future also, a very deep class of high quality creatures.
Shorthorn ring results out of Class 10. First place exhibited by Paisley Dreyer of Tolar, Texas, with LGF Sol Emerald's Dreamy 1184 NET. Second place in that class go to Carter Cornegie of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Third place exhibited by Jaden Dunn, St. Francis, Kansas. We'll now welcome in Class 11 early spring heifer calves.
Here on the Shorthorn side of things, I think 4 solid cattle. Our class-winning heifer, a strong indexing female on paper, has really a good design to her, length of body's quality, depth of body's quality, and I sure think her joints and smoothness of design are her advantages within this class. The white heifer, a strong-built creature in terms of stoutness and bone and muscle. Like to strengthen her on paper just a shade, but that's not what puts her second. What puts her second is she just a little coarse built and then just a little off in terms of her rump. Heifer in third, her muzzle and nose, regardless injury or not, I really not an attractive headed cattle. From their back, I think she's a little more pleasing in the show ring in terms of length of body, length of neck, and attractiveness. Good hip and hind leg, needs to develop her mid body a good deal. Heifer in fourth does have the advantage in terms of just a basic little brood cow to kick out, good bodied, a little more attractive headed kind of cattle. In a show ring standpoint, when we study bone and study stoutness and feature and just spread and uniqueness of build, she probably is a shot more general than the cattle that precede her within class.
Well, congratulations to starting out the open main on June. Results out of Class 11. First place was exhibited by Emily Schellenberg of Kingfisher, Oklahoma, with LDB London BH 515 ET. Second place was exhibited by Cornerstone Farms of Winchester, Indiana. Third place went to Owen Griffith. And fourth place exhibited by Kane Stainbrook. Now in the ring, this is Class 12 before the division.
Shorthorn females out here. And I tell you what, the top pair have on the stand the line, spine, hip, and presence that you like. Boy, you get them on motion, and I think the boy's heifer is quite a bit more comfortable in terms of her hock design. Study them down to the base of their chest and shoulder. I think she's going to hold together longer throughout the show career down in that region of her body than what our heifer is in second. Then study her as an individual, and that is a quality-headed, good-necked one that's really impressive in terms of her body shape. Heifer in second, my compliments. This is a really, really attractive cattle on the stand. Good in terms of her spine, good in terms of her strength and substance. I like those things about her. When she gets in motion, she will be a little fused up in her hock, a little mechanical in terms of that action. Take her down to the base of her chest and just not quite as good. Heifer in third, front 2/3 are good. Tremendous maternal characteristics in this heifer on paper. Really, really high calving ease, strong in her indexes. In a visual appeal standpoint, she's not strong enough and level enough in her hip. She tends to be just not only a little short, but a little off there. Strengthen that up. Front 2/3 are good. I let just a little more flesh and mass sort them. The roan heifer is going to be second from close. Good shape. Needs to be stouter and stronger. Gentleman's heifer that closes in terms of just visual performance and weight per day of age and flesh and show readiness is the farthest behind. You watch her move, you like her length of neck, like her length of body, just got to stouten that one up.
Well,
I was actually a little nervous because, we haven't had a division in a while, and all of a sudden the gate opens up on the Shorthorn side of things, and there is a pile of these heifer calves that have tremendously bright futures. I really like the second place lineup. I've described them individually. I'm going to walk down quickly and just tell you what's going through my mind within this particular group. Love the color pattern of this heifer. I love the quality that she presents up high. Take her to the foundation, maybe not as strong, but tremendous bodied. Young man does a good job. I think this one's a contender that wins the second class. Tremendous length of front, tremendous length of body. I don't know if she's got maybe a couple of the wowie extras that a couple others do. Basic utility and functionality in that one, long-term as a show heifer, and then back in production, I think is really good. The boy here, I like this heifer a good deal. She'll get a little tight spine on occasion. He's got her set up pretty good now. I think she's fresh. I think she's good jointed. I want to level her lines out just a shade. Interesting breeding piece. Wins class 4. Long-term, might get just a little rougher shouldered than a couple others, but those are some fat sticks and a cool head and a generating look to her. Heifer that wins the next class, there's something about a show heifer that needs to have an element of arrogance, and this heifer does. That is an arrogant fronted, awesome footed one that has genuine shape and genuine horsepower. She is a major player within this particular drive. I personally love where she's at condition wise, to be that big body, then that robust, and that wide skeleton, then that skinny. That's fun to see. Young lady does a great job of getting that one cocked off out here at a high fashion. Good long bodied, high performing, big framed one here, not quite as unique in her lines and presence, but tremendous joints, really a nice female characteristic up front. An interesting colored heifer, I think a memorable heifer, wins our last class, and we talk about show ring aesthetics from a profile. Got the deep mature body, got the immature neck, got a quality build about her. Don't know if she's quite as genuinely horsepower wide as one other one, but she is contagious in terms of her her profile. You study that one in motion. She's great. On the stand, she's great. I think she's a major player. My compliments to all. I think there's 2 of them that surface. Matter how you want to put them together. Let's please congratulate all of our lineup out here, and I will select your champion reserve calf division.
Well, congratulations, your champion, early spring heifer calf, exhibited by Paisley Dryer, Tolar, Texas. That's LGF Soul Emeralds Dreamy, 1184 NET. And congratulations, reserve champion, coming out of class 12, exhibited by Knox Newmeyer of Bowling, Texas. CF Mona Lisa, 547 OMXET.
Things got a little ranchy here on the Shorthorn side of things. Got spooked. A couple heifers got spooked. We got them settled in and get to study them. I find this very interesting. If you want to look at a population and a breed that has a lot of variation, the diversity and directionality, there are some visually excellent cattle in this class, and there are some cattle genetically on their EPDs that are curve benders, and trying to weigh the checks and balances is something that could be a type discussion and conference for another time. Without a doubt, the little boy's heifer that starts, once she settles in, that one got a lot of strong cow power, got a beautiful build about her. I like that heifer's genuine strength and substance a good deal. My compliments to him. Young lady in second has her a beautiful build, really jazzy one from a profile. Study her at the ground and foundation, not quite as aggressive as what our class winner is, but the fundamental build in her is quite good also. The white one's just stouter and bolder than visually than the red tag heifer just beneath her, but a little coarse and a little vertical in terms of her build. The pair of red-tagged heifers, if you study their genetic profiles, tremendous. We're talking radical calving ease, negative birth weights, CPI indexes are as high as we've seen today, but visually when you study this heifer in a show ring, she's a little more forgettable in terms of her build. Basic cow utility is there, but in terms of the extra is just a little more general. The heifer that comes next, strong, stout, and she's not off in her indexes. To me, she goes where she does in terms of her angles and just a shot vertical and coarse in terms of her make. The final heifer, good line, good extension from that standpoint. Get that heifer's horns knocked off, get her stoutened up just a little. I think visually then she would be just a shot more appealing.
16, first place exhibited by Maverick Crawford, Ash Flat, Arkansas. Second place exhibited by Marley Harris. Third place went to Chase Thrapp. Fourth place will go to Rising Sun Ranch and of Dover, Oklahoma. And fifth place in that class exhibited by Jessica Hobaugh.
You got to keep in mind when there's two rings going on at the same time and there's good breeds in both rings, it's a judge's tendency or evaluator's tendency to always be curious what's going on in the other ring. And Corey, in case you don't mind, I'm going to borrow Science Experiment. That definitely grabbed my attention to look over. I think that's cool. Tremendous set of cattle on that side of the ring, but rest assured, Shorthorn breeders, the quality stays deep on this side. I think the top pair feature trade-off. I'm going to stick to athleticism, build, and flexibility, and the curb bender within those regions is our class winner. What does this heifer have to do? Stay proud enough on the top side of her neck throughout her growth curve towards the senior yearling, and if she does, those are some big legs that work good with a tremendous length of body and a rib cage that matches. Heifer that I really like, and there's so much juvenile quality in this cattle that for a February that comes in second. She led the pack, and when she leads the ring, she's a little stilty, and just I got to trust her knee. If her knee stays with her, then that one's got big pieces, great shape, beautiful build. She didn't want to get out and go off of her front end quite as comfortably as what our class winner did. I think 3's safer than 4 today. If that heifer stays fresh enough up front in her neck and shoulder, that's a good-bodied, square-built one from there back. The fourth place heifer is wild out there, pieces, but boy, she's nervous out here. She's green and she's skinny. If she stays nervous, she's always going to be green and skinny. If she slows down and relaxes and consumes feed and converts, that one's got the build and the look long-term to be very good. She's more interesting to me than the dark roan from a profile, from the extras of bone and foot and feature, but this boy's calf is good line, deep-bodied, and a quality look up front, stouting her foundation up. She's sounder than the roan heifer. Roan heifer's moderate, stout, and wide, just a little bit round and short and compact on both ends of her skeleton. Body sorts the final pair. Long, extended top-line cattle here, just a little parallel in terms of her underline. Want to strengthen her midsection up.
Well, congratulations in Class 16 Junior Heifer Calves. First place exhibited by Katie Lowry, Burlingame, Kansas, with SN Gnarly Margie, 544 ET. Second place in that class will go to Weston Ward of Green Forks, Indiana. Third place exhibited by Head for the Hills Shorthorns. Fourth place goes to Ashlyn Wood of Slayton, Texas. Fifth place went to Trevin Dickey of Goodhue, Minnesota. And sixth place exhibited by Cadence Lyon of Almond, Wisconsin. Now in the ring, Class 17 Junior Heifer Calves.
I don't mean to be a show dad, but this boy in the black vest, man, he's got him a nice show cow for the next year to present out here. And I want just a little more collected nature, a little eye of the tiger look in terms of getting her head up and getting her drove, because she is good female, in my opinion. She's a little stronger built in her hip and hind leg, just a shot more neater about the front side of her neck than the one in second. If I trust her muzzle to just be strong enough throughout the rest of her maturity pattern, rest is all good. I think it's close because this one in second has that little bit extra strength to her mid body. I think that's very impressive. A clean jointed cattle. I didn't see this heifer wanting to volunteer and get out of her front end quite as comfortably down to her knee as I did our class. Maybe not quite the shade of extra squareness behind, but it's close long term. That'll be a fun pair to watch throughout the Shorthorn show season. Different style, got a little more moderate, kind of a club calf focused featured one here. Love the shape, love the fuzzy ears, and just a cool look. Take her to the ground, just a little short build on both ends, not quite the extra extension and looseness of hock joint that we have in our top pair. I thought the next pair were close for 3 and 4. A little more strength here in the cowgirl has got in terms of just hip and levelness. I'd like to lengthen that or change that heifer's shoulder design just a shade. Got a nice one going out here in terms of body. Study the depth to her neck, study her hip. I don't think her line set in her long term quite as well. Our final heifer got some shape, got some neat look up front, just a light dimension cattle in terms of weight and performance today relative to her counterparts.
Shorthorn ring results out of Class 17. First place exhibited by Wyatt Finsgard of Goodhue, Minnesota, with CF Boyd Traveling Ruby 519 EVET. Second place in that class will go to Brady Mulhaney of Flanders, Wisconsin. Third place exhibited by Cole Hubner of Union City, Tennessee. Fourth place was exhibited by Cora Stainbrook of Parker, Kansas. Fifth place will go to Mason Riggins. In sixth place exhibited by Cross G Shorthorns. Now in the ring, this is Class 18 Junior Heifer Calves.
got a favorite within these top three. Do not give up on them, because I think they've all got strengths, and they can all maybe align things a little different. The heifer that I trust the longest term in terms of staying fresh through her neck, base of her shoulder, and yet great in her build, clean in her joints, with enough foundation, enough grow and frame to be competitive in a show ring, yet the right kind of size to be a productive cow, is the one that I start with. Now, the big pieces, heifer comes in second in terms of the bare paws, the squishy legs, and the athletic build. I've tried and I've studied, and I want to just trust that heifer's neck down through her shoulder, that she doesn't get big and plain. If she doesn't get big and deep up front, that's the athlete long term. I couldn't tell what she's going to do there in terms of opening up at the top of her shoulder. If those heifers do the right things, each one of them can surface as the best one in the end. The one that probably is the safest, nicest cow long term, and maybe as even a bred in a show ring, is the one in third. Problem out here, she looks just a shade like a lowrider. I like everything about her individually. That's a great built one. I don't know where she's going to be size-wise next fall at Kansas City and Louisville. I know after that, when she hits the pasture, I think that will be a beautiful jointed, great-bodied cattle, beautiful colored, good design. I just didn't know if there's enough cow there in terms of continuation. Really a weird built one comes next. This one's big bone, big hip, and giraffe necked. She's a little vertical in her shoulder and a little round shouldered for me. But, man, that thing's pretty interesting in terms of her build long term. If that shoulder design blends together well enough, that heifer's got some real value when set back into production also. A moderate, good-bodied one. Just a little round and refined on both ends, but I like her rib design. I thought she was prettier neck than the light roan. The dark roan heifer here, good depth of body, but we study angles on both ends, a little vertical. Then the shape and length to her neck is just a little more conventional than those cattle that precede her. Little guy's got a moderate, big-bodied one, got a lot of shape, just a little rounder built, a little coarser looking out here, but a good female there that close a very competitive class here in the Shorthorn side of things.
Back here
Class 18, first place will go to back number 8580. That's MFS Lucy's Nyla 2NET, exhibited by Glenny's McGurk of Kingman, Indiana. Second place, and congratulations, goes to Reagan Fox. Third place was exhibited by Mila Cover. Fourth place in Class 18 was back number 8582, exhibited by Sterling Gillette. Fifth place went to Cornerstone Farms. Sixth place exhibited by Beth Wells. And seventh went to Triple Springs Cattle Company. Now in the ring is Class 19, Junior Heifer Calves before the division.
Tremendous class to put together out here, and our top pair of heifers are highly, highly competitive and very close. For me personally, comes down to hock design and hind leg posture in motion. I think the boy's red heifer that starts is the athlete of the pair off of their rear leg. Love that heifer's mid-body and just strength. I think you get in behind her, there's a big hip, there's some shape and depth to her twist, and I like that heifer's size of her hock in relation to her ankle and foot behind, and I like the set and posture just a shade on the stand better. Then they get in motion a little more comfortable. What's this heifer going to have to do? This boy, she's can get a little lazy. We got to keep that thing together up front. As long as that thing does up front on the crest of her neck, from there back, there's a lot of horsepower, a lot of utility and athleticism. Beautiful clip, beautiful presented heifer in second, and I think that heifer ties her neck just a little neater on the top side of her shoulder without a doubt. Love her length, love her extension of body. To me, as you study the shape to her hip and quarter from a profile, and then what she'll do with her hock and rear foot, to me, I want to change that just a shade if we could. Tremendously high quality heifer. Other than that, you got a moderate one here that's very well presented. Nice neck, good bodied cattle. I think she fits her frame size a little better than the heifer in third. Like to stouten her bone up and then lengthen her pattern out just a shade. Got a big, long, extended one here, but to me, the boy, if he doesn't get her gathered up, looks just a little leggy to me. Want to go ahead and make sure there's enough just forerib and depth of body in relation to her frame size match. I thought 3 and 4 were close. Got a moderate one here that's got a good build to her, just not the extras in terms of stoutness and feature. I think performance visually favors this one over our final heifer within the class. That as you study the aesthetics of lines and look and balance here is very good, you start making relative comparisons to her counterparts in terms of performance and stoutness. She's the most efficient.
Class 19 before the division. First place goes to back number 8599. That's Sapphire EV2NET, exhibited by Kays Erzinghausen of Jerseyville, Illinois. Second place will go to Mercedes Ferree Sullivan, Indiana. Third place was exhibited by Brooklyn Frazier of Meeker, Oklahoma. Fourth place went to Drake Penrod of Jonesboro, Illinois. Fifth place will go to Riley Crosswhite of Kingfisher, Oklahoma. Sixth place went to Emily Cox of Dawsonville, Georgia. Now in the ring, your first and seconds to select a champion reserve junior heifer calves.
out here, and I walk the class winners again because it takes kind of showmanship out of the equation, and I can just watch them go. I think the little guy's heifer that wins the first class, if she wants to relax in the show ring, I think that one's got a bright future, maybe not wanting to collect herself the best today. One of my favorites in the division in terms of angles and athleticism wins the second class. I've got to trust that heifer at the top. And crest of her neck ties in the top of her shoulder. I rewalked them because the boys heifer here in third. Set up just a little different. It's better now. I think if she's got enough strength to her head and just her sternum, I think that one's got a beautiful, beautiful build. Encourage him to continue to work. I think as we get increase in age, we get a little more competitive. Got a nice heifer here, just a little funny in terms of her pin set, and I want a little more strength at her hip. But that's the fresh neck. That's the good body. That's the good jointed one I want to seek if she's just strong enough in terms of her hip. Got a good pair out of our last class. I love the strength, the foundation, and the genuine horsepower in this little boy's heifer. Her neck's going to have to stay tidy enough throughout her growth curve, but I love her utility, and that is a genuinely good kind of a female. One in second's got a really, really unique look on the stand. We talked about her hind leg being a shade different, and so I really like a lot of different things here. A judge could justify a lot of different things. I think this division, in my opinion, can be wide open depending on how genetics and management at home persist. For me personally, I'm going to keep the two out of the last class together today within this division. Champion's the little guy here, reserves the young lady back there. Give them all a great round of applause, a close division.
Well, congratulations over here in the Shorthorn ring. Your junior heifer calf champion exhibited by Case Erzinghausen of Jerseyville, Illinois with Sapphire EV2NET. Reserve champion coming out of the same class. That goes to Mercedes Faris, Sullivan, Indiana with CFPC Mona Lisa Smile 51 RKXET. We're now going to welcome in Class 22 Winter Heifer Calves.
And I think the consistency and quality within these 4 females is maybe as good as we've had, but yet there's not maybe that extreme outlier at the upper end. I think the one that has the most utility in terms of female characteristics, body shape, clean joints, good angles, I think without a doubt is the young lady that wins this class. Who's most like her in here is the heifer in second, not only because they're both solid or predominantly dark red cattle, but I think in terms of look and elegance up front, length of spine and rib shape's really good. I like to tone that heifer's tail head down in her just a shade and strengthen her hind leg just a shot. The roan heifer coming next. Stout, good bodied cattle. She's a little short and up in her hip, and I just want to lengthen and loosen that heifer's spine and pattern out just a shade. Up front's got strength and character. I like that heifer. Just want to strengthen her hip out just a shade if we could. Maybe the biggest bone, stoutest one might be the one in fourth. This thing's got powerful skeleton. To me, just a shade coarse in terms of her build. When she gets in motion, she'll be just a little vertical and a little rounder build on both ends.
The Class 22 Winter Heifer Calves. First place went to back number 8606. That was Cameron Blue of Greenfield, Indiana. Second place exhibited by Mark Inskeep of Lafayette, Indiana. Third place will go to Brigham DeBoard of Bardwell, Texas. Fourth place exhibited by Ella King of Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. Now in the ring, this Class 23.
Well, there hasn't been a
Got an interesting pair of heifers to evaluate here at the upper end. I think two purebred shorthorn females that service different aspects of the industry. To me, the more interesting one that caught my attention initially is the one we're going to start with in terms of the extras of stoutness and power. I like that heifer's hip and pin set down, and the strength of her hind leg just a shade better. Step off to the side. I still think that heifer balances very well to her neck and shoulder and chest. Continuation in terms of just being a shade bigger, more extended breeding cattle into next fall, maybe the one in second. As I study the depth to her neck right now relative to the punch and power that she's got at her hip and tail head, I want to change that proportion just a little. Boy, that one's clean jointed, long bodied, smooth built, a very nice breeding heifer there in second. Heifer in third, the redneck roan, stouter, nicer looking, nicer line than the remaining pair of cattle we have. Little vertical when we get her in motion. Heifer that comes next, got some stoutness and feature to her, but when she gets in motion, just a little rough in terms of her build, just a little tight in terms of her skeleton. Our final heifer, tremendous numbers in this cattle, but you start to study her neck, shoulder, base of her chest. This heifer hits me as the stalest condition cattle that doesn't balance with the eye appeal and depth and power that we have in some of the others.
Ring results out of Class 23 winner heifer calves. First place will go to Abilene Sullivan of Lawton, Oklahoma with 4D Trovers Victoria. Second place in that class go to Megan Toll of Canberra, Minnesota. Third place and congratulations goes to Kimberly Holland of Tecumseh, Oklahoma. Fourth place, Emma Roberts of Grove, Oklahoma. Fifth place exhibited by Preston Brown of Flanagan, Illinois. Now in the ring, Class 24 senior heifer calves.
Boy, much like that
importance of Shorthorns is just about big picture items. To me, when you step back, there's 3 cattle that present with quality in terms of lines and look. Then there's a pair of them that are stouter. Then between the pair of stout ones, I think our class winner fits together and transitions better from her chest into her forerib, a little just softer and nicer in terms of her flank line. I think she'll get just a little hammer hocked when she moves. I want her to set her hind leg down into the surface just a shade softer, but I think that one presents with the most totals within this group and yet has some interesting breeding pieces. Really an interesting long-bodied cattle coming second with a lot of stoutness and a lot of shape. In my opinion, she doesn't transition from one region of her body to the next quite as comfortably. Then when she too goes in motion, she'll be just a little vertical in terms of her hind leg. On the stand right now, I like the safeness and smoothness of joints of this heifer as much as any. The challenge is when I get her in motion, she'll tend to drop her head, roll her shoulder forward. Then I want just a little more strength of foundation when you get in front of the cattle, study her form down through her front foot, just a little stouter built kind of creature. From her shoulder back, I like the roan, red-necked roan here in terms of body mass and hip and hind leg. Study her neck, shoulder, and chest. It's all a little low and forward. Want to redesign that if we could. Pretty good bone, good condition cattle coming next. Opens at the top of her shoulder, a little rougher in terms of her loin, but I think that one's got more stoutness than the red white-legged one. Red white-legged one balances better, a little more appropriate in a mature cow size than the young lady's redneck roan there. That's big and extended, just a little harsh and extreme in her frame. Performance sorts the final pair. Our final heifer, moderate, long-bodied, level line cattle, little mature and old through her head, no more bigger than what she is in terms of weight and mass.
Ring results on a Class 24. First place was exhibited by back number 8617. That was 2G Bose Flash 451 FLET, exhibited by Rider Heater of Raymond, Kansas. Second place in that class will go to Jace Thomas of Dunlap, Tennessee. Third place exhibited by Mila Cover of Bowling Green, Missouri. Fourth place went to Addison Ward of Oak Grove, Missouri. Fifth place went to Grace Harrington of Nowata, Oklahoma. Sixth place exhibited by Owen Griffin of Batesville, Arkansas. Seventh place, Emma Turnpaw. And eighth place in that class will go to Kaylee Simon.
Boy,
set of 3 females as we've had in a hot minute on the Shorthorn side. Tremendous quality out here. What's interesting is you look at the paper, and our top pair of cattle are strong in terms of their maternal convenience traits and indexes. Study them visually. The one that just brings a little extra in terms of feature, stoutness, and horsepower is the one that starts our class. What's interesting is I think she's actually also just a shade looser built on both ends of her skeleton. Heifer in second got a really fresh neck and really true top line. That heifer's got genuine muscle and really a beautiful shaped cattle. When this one gets in motion, though, she'll be just a little rigid. Study her tail. She just, everything about her just a shot tighter than what our class winner is, but really got a beautiful presence right there with high quality look. Heifer in third, I like in terms of her design. She came in, I thought, man, this is a nice cattle to study individually. The problem is what's there is good. We start to make relative comparisons within this class, just a shade plainer featured and a shade more refined. As a result, in that competitive set, a good heifer will close this class.
Shorthorn ring results out of Class 25 before the division. First place exhibited by Samantha Van Voris, Bowling Green, Ohio. Second place was exhibited by Brianna Dury. Third place went to Addie Stutz.
I think a really nice division to sort through in this particular class. I personally thought the first class fit together with logic and quality. I think the second class, there's 2 really high quality cattle that to me are a little more different in terms of what their intended purpose and production is, but I think both present a tremendous amount of quality. I thought that third class in this division had a lot of interesting pieces, but I think a challenge to put together. I'm pleased as we bring this pair out in the final drive that they make sense with the rest of the cattle out here in terms of kind and consistency and quality. We get to the pair of solid red heifers that close this division, and I think are both very strong. I think we've had cattle with intended purpose and different directionality. I think this pair of cattle present with a great deal of quality. I like their size, I like their condition, and I like what they represent for Shorthorn breeding females. So with that stated, we've got 8 young people out here doing a tremendous job. My personal compliments to all of them. champion in reserve within this breed will represent your first and second place cattle out of the 4th class within this division. Let's give them all a great round of applause, if you would.
Well, congratulations, your senior heifer calf champion, exhibited by Samantha Van Voores, Bowling Green, Ohio. CF Mona Lisa, 41-24 DMET. Reserve champion will go to Brianna Dree of Bristol, South Dakota, with CF Margie, 41-21 TBXET. We'll now welcome in Class 28 Summer Yearling Females.
Young ladies heifer is going to start this class. Just a little extra horsepower in terms of stiffness and feature out here. Real strong build. Got a lot of character and just genuine mass to her. I'd like to lean her up just a shade in terms of her condition down to her shoulder and chest, but I think it's a solid one to start. I like build of the one at second, and good in an angles, good in terms of flexibility. You get on top of them and just start to study that extra spread and shape. Don't see quite as much pop as I do in the one that wins this class.
Well, congratulations over here in the main Anjou ring. Class 28, first place exhibited by Taylor Morzik of Pulaski, Wisconsin. Second place in that class will go to Brigham DeBoard of Bardwell, Texas. We'll now welcome in Class 29, late spring yearling females before the division.
Final selection. It's refreshing on this side of the ring to hear someone as a show dad and as an evaluator speak with such passion for a breed as Corey does with the Maine and Maintainer cattle. If you would please give him a great round of applause. You could tell that was sincere. His evaluation ability is impressive. Back to the Shorthorns. We've had 4 Shorthorn cattle out here to study a long time, and it's good because they're very, very good. The dirty roan heifer that starts at this stage in her maturity exemplifies a beautiful cow, but I still think exemplifies a fresh, attractive, powerful show heifer. We talked earlier about showing livestock's a team sport. That heifer and that young lady get along real, real well, and that is a dynamic duo right there. I love the generating pieces of the 1 and 2nd. You study this one's head, neck, and chest. She wants to generate cattle that are as good or better than she is, and that is good news for you because basically a slot machine in terms of a donor. Not quite as much punch when she goes right away today, but her frame size, her stoutness, and dimension want to generate better shorthorn cattle. Young man in 3rd picked the wrong class to be in today because this is a smooth-jointed, round-bodied, really feminine characteristic kind of a female out here. Just doesn't have the extras as we take her to the ground as what our top pair do. Our final heifer within the drive, extended and long-bodied and actually muscular just relative to her frame size, a little tubular. We've had a great footed set of shorthorn cattle today. I would maybe change her foot shape just a shade.
Well, congratulations over here in the Main Anjou ring, your grand champion. Out of class 29 before the division. First place exhibited by Macy Beckman of Jerseyville, Illinois. That's WBF Crimson and Clover ET. Second place was exhibited by Brianna Dury of Bristol, South Dakota. Third place is going to Brigham DeBoer of Bardwell, Texas. Fourth place was exhibited by Carly Schulterman, Ozark, Arkansas. We'll bring in those first and seconds. Select the champion reserve intermediate females.
Great stock, great environment, and great atmosphere are without a doubt things that would describe the Cattlemen's Congress. Had a blast today, as Corey has talked about, in terms of just studying cattle and enjoying the beautiful venue that we're in. 4 really powerful kinds of females out here. As we get to this age and stage and maturity in their show career, it's all about who could be powerful but yet still pretty up front and fresh, and I think that sorts this particular division. 4 great cattle. We're going to keep the 2 out of the second class together. Champions the dirty roan. The young ladies got here. Reserve is the red heifer. Let's give all 4 cattlemen a great round of applause out here.
Well, congratulations in our intermediate heifer division. Your champion exhibited by Macy Beckman of Jerseyville, Illinois, WBF Crimson and Clover ET. Reserve champion will go to Brianna Dury of Bristol, South Dakota. We're now going to bring in class 32 early spring yearling females.
the consistency and quality stays strong as we bring the third heifer over and then the fourth in line. And I walked them again. I want to make sure to try to interpret their hind leg and shoulder design, try to equate through the differences in terms of showmanship and just size and trying to get the cattle presented right. Bottom line, the show happens in the ring, and this young lady with this class-winning heifer, that heifer presents and poses with tremendous presence out here, tremendous strength. When you look at her from a profile, I think when you get the cattle in motion, I think she's very, very acceptable. I think she's more comfortable out of her front end, and that look right there, she gives me the most consistent views of quality stock that we've got within the group. Probably the hind leg I prefer the most, and the spread comes in second. This heifer in second's got a big hip, beautiful hind leg. I love her condition and a good neck, kind of a cattle in the shape. Problem is when she gets in motion, everything will go down and forward just a shade, and I can't interpret that heifer's shoulder design quite as well. She wanted to roll forward just a shade more than what our class winner did. Great character, great shape from there back. The Dirty Roan heifer coming in third. This one on the stand emulates length of body, emulates levelness of lines, very good. As I study this heifer at the foundation, in terms of foot and bone and squareness on both ends relative to her spread up high, she'll not only be just a little more mechanical in her hind leg action, but she'll close up to the lower part of her body. I don't see her quite as full and fresh down her top line as I do our top pair. Heifer that comes in fourth, good shape, good muscular cattle, but as we can see, this one's the roundest in her build, the most refined of those potential for contender cattle. Tremendous consistency, tremendous quality within that group.
Well, congratulations over here in the Shorthorn ring. Results at a Class 32 first place exhibited by Kinlan Dreyer of Norma, Illinois, with Sol LGF Ruby Knights, 4408 MET. Second place in that class exhibited by Knox Newmeyer of Bowling, Texas, with CFPC Margie, 476 EVXET. Third place exhibited by Bridget Cover. Fourth place went to John Wells. Now in the ring, Class 33.
Smooth operator here to start with in terms of just agility and cow comfort. Tremendous body and function, yet looks really, really fresh up front. Initially, I thought maybe just a little dull-haired. Once you get past that, I think that thing's productive readiness with condition and being appropriate is very, very good. I should comment, that heifer's genetic values are wicked. The last class, I thought those top 3 heifers in that class all were tremendous in their convenience traits and indexes. We bring the white heifer here in second, and she is the stout power cow, a little different directed intended purpose, maybe love her body, love her strength and substance. I didn't see her quite as smooth built as what I did our class winner, but I like the stoutness and the power that she presents. Just doesn't tie it together quite as smooth. Heifer in third needs more body, but I like her condition. A good line cattle. I think a cattle that's got appropriate angles. Just want to sweep that heifer's mid-body a little more dimensional to run with that powerful top pair. I'd like to halt this heifer's condition in 4, maybe change the shape to her front foot just a little, but she is woofy-bodied and she is wide-built. Just got to make her just a little different at the ground and lean her up. Our final heifer in terms of individual proportionality, I think the heifer fits together. Her body matches her frame size, but then we make relative comparisons in terms of stoutness, width, and volume. That heifer is the most efficient within this particular group.
Another single entry in this particular
division for reserve. It gets close. It's kind of, I guess, how you want your shorthorn female to be built. I really think our 2 class winners exemplify that smoothness of design blended with power in the right places, and I think that's the key. We want them to be smooth where they need to be and stout where they need to be. I think both these cattle do that a good deal. I think just agility and just smooth structure sorts the pair, in my opinion. Look at our 2 second place cattle, and man, they are some good females out here that represent tremendous quality. In my opinion, I thought the 2 class winners just were a little more totals in terms of what we're trying to build today. With that stated, my compliments, as we've done all day, on all 4 exhibitors doing a tremendous job at the Cattleman's. Champion wins Class 2, Reserve wins Class 1. Give all 4 a nice round of applause.
single entry.
Your champion early spring female, exhibited by Carter Cornegie of Tulsa, Oklahoma. That's CFPC Missing Mirage 474. Reserve champion was exhibited by Kinlan Dreyer of Normal, Illinois. We're now going to welcome in Class 36 junior yearling females. Back over in the Key Angus ring, your champion early spring yearling,
I promised myself I wasn't going to cuss on the ring today, but there's a wicked, wicked pair out here in the ring today. It's going to be an exciting lineup to culminate your purebred division. This heifer that starts this class, if you want to make relative comparisons, because I think both are cornerstones within a progressive program, this heifer just offers a little more genuine shape and spread out of the back of her shoulder, just a shot more volume behind. I love her underline. I love how her flank lines fit. We can see her udder, we can see her teats present, and I think that heifer balances tremendously well. She moves good, and man, that is a powerful body design with a lot of spread. We got a heifer that caught a case of the fat legs here in second. Tremendous bone, tremendous foundation. Cattle that fresh-necked, cattle that big-footed will always be in style and vogue. Good in terms of the sweep to her underline. When I get on top of her, I see just a shot more faded view, but I'm a tremendous productive cow, just not quite as bold down her top line. I love that pair, good deal. Heifer that comes in third, big, long, and pretty. Relative to her frame size, needs more foundation, needs more center body, but I thought durability-wise, she was a safer choice than the red one here in third. Red one's got some bone and feature and got a big hip. That heifer's shoulder design and full rib needs to be different. Got a little different style heifer here in fourth, a chubby-bodied one, just a little jammed up and a little vertical on both ends. She'll tend to get up underneath herself a shade more than the rest of the cattle will within that group.
Well, congratulations back over in the Shorthorn ring. Results out of Class 36. First place exhibited by Alyssa Meyer, Clinton, Tennessee, with CF Mona Lisa Pays 445 PWET. Second place was exhibited by Carter Wickard of Wilkinson, Indiana. That will also be an automatic division. We're going to now bring in Class 39 senior yearling females. Back over in Arena 1, we'll get started with your
The ring today has a powerful lineup of judges, starting out with Corey Thompson, and now the one and only Chad Holtkamp is over there. Going to be exciting to hear his thoughts on that particular breed. Got an individual entry here as we're nearing the end of our show. On this side, nice female in terms of lines and look. You talk about, hey, how much impact is there in terms of feature and substance? Maybe not some quite as aggressive as some we've had today, but tremendous built female here from one end of her framework to the next.
Well, congratulations, champion senior female exhibited by Lane Blankenship. We've got two single entries to see. We're going to bring them both into the ring. We'll select a champion reserve before we go into our grand drive of our national Shorthorn show.
Well, it's definitely
two cow-calf pairs on this side to sort. And what's interesting is if you look at the calf at side, then look at the cow that leads before them, and I think there's very consistent generators. We're going to start with the 2-year-old calf pair down here. Just a strong-built female, lots of horsepower. Obviously, a very, very high-quality calf at side. Her udder at 2, that's a big udder. Got to stay up and tidy enough, but, man, that thing has got a lot of performance. The 4-year-old pair that's going to be second, like the length, like the bone of both of these individually. I don't know if they have quite the aesthetically pleasing lines of our first pair, but a really, really strong candidate there for reserve calf pair.
On this next class, your key Angus show.
Those division champion and reserves, and our judge, Dr. Mark Hogue, will be selecting his grand and reserve grand champion Shorthorn females here at the Cattleman's Congress. For those of you just joining us here in the OG&E Coliseum, today sorting our show, as I mentioned, was Dr. Mark Hogue. Dr. Hogue grew up on a diversified livestock background, enterprise raising and showing cattle, hogs, and sheep. From a young age, he attended the livestock judging events at Black Hawk East College, allowing him to be raised alongside amazing, influential livestock leaders. Upon graduation from Cambridge High School, he pursued his interests of livestock judging and animal science throughout college. He attended Black Hawk East and then the University of Illinois. While at both institutions, he was very active on the livestock judging teams, and from there he decided to attend Iowa State University for his master's degree in animal breeding. While at Iowa State, Mark coached the livestock judging team, advised students, and taught 2 classes in animal science. He found an interest in teaching and research and decided to pursue his PhD in animal breeding at Michigan State University. An opportunity was presented to join the staff at Western Illinois University in Macomb, Illinois. Employed for 17 years at Western Illinois University, he advises the Hoof and Horn Club, advises the AGR House, faculty coordinator for the sheep and swine unit, along with judging the livestock judging team. Mark currently resides in Good Hope, Illinois, with his wife, Katie, 2 sons, Carter, Nolan, and a daughter, Nora Grace. As a family, they are very active in raising and showing cattle, hogs, and sheep. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Let's thank Dr. Mark Hogue for joining us here in Oklahoma City today.
Now the single
a huge Chili Peppers fan, but I got to go. And the Shorthorn Association needs to get headed towards the National Western. I've got some reasons to listen to this afternoon before tomorrow's contest. And so we probably should bring this fun day to a close, and been absolutely tremendous to share my thoughts with you. We started with a very, very strong ShorthornPlus division in the bulls and females, and we had a great couple of bulls to study there in your purebred bull show. We start in your Shorthorn breed of the females on the purebred side of things, and we started at a very, very fast pace. In my opinion, D1, I thought that pair fit together very, very well. We get to D2, and I thought to myself, man, I dipped my toes in a pond once today on using two calves. Might do it again, because those two out of Division 2, I think both are just tremendous individuals. And then we progress from there. We continue to be strong, and we get better and better and just stronger and stouter. And the growth curve and the maturity of these purebred cattle, I compliment the breeders on. Their features stout, their bodies are good, their design is very, very high quality, and we continue to progress through productive stages with great quality. And so I'm not going to talk them all again. I think there's a pair of females that represent your Shorthorn breed very well for what I envisioned this morning when I got and I came to share my thoughts with you. Obviously, as the judges customarily do, but we do it with sincerity. We got to thank the association for allowing the opportunity to stand out here and share our thoughts with you. Need to thank the breeders, the commitment of time. The financial commitment that it takes to make it to a national show is absolutely tremendous, and it is immense. And so I take our decisions out here very, very seriously. I will be honest with you, I have not checked the pulse one time all year to see what Shorthorns have done well and what Shorthorns haven't. I just want to come to you today, get a fresh perspective, and give you my thoughts on what happens and what the cattle look like today. We come from a family and a background that are very busy. I got to give a shout out, obviously, to my wife and Nora Grace Hogue. She's aspiring to be a D1 volleyball player, playing a little spirit volleyball today. Nolan Hogue, our middle child, is at home showing pigs. We got a pig sale, internet pig sale. If anybody wants a pig, got a good set selling Tuesday on showpig.com. Thought I'd better get that plug in. And then our oldest boy is a junior here at Western and getting ready to compete tomorrow. And so we're a family that spent a lot of time in the barn. We're a family that admire good livestock that are capably shown and presented. Thanks to the breeders, thanks to the fitters, the stock have been dialed in to the nines. I'll go ahead and share my thoughts with you. One last time, if you would, please put your hands together. I'll let the females speak for themselves.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion here at the Cattlemen's Congress, coming out of Class 36, Alyssa Meyer, Clinton, Tennessee, bred by Kate's Farms, Modoc, Indiana. That's CF Mona Lisa Pays, 445 PWET.
Look good over there, and on this side here.
And congratulations, Reserve Grand Champion, exhibited by Carter Wickard, Wilkinson, Indiana. That's Deck WSCC Chelsea DM 401ET. Congratulations to all of our Shorthorn exhibitors today. Special thank you to Dr. Mark Hogue for joining us here in Oklahoma City.
Thank you for joining us for Cattleman's Congress. This has been a Walton Webcasting production. Livestock like you've never seen before.